must pursue continuous improvement and develop innovation that provide added value to the community. The first ISCET 2022 will also contribute to updating the horizon and supporting knowledge and technology development through an international conference with the theme the 21st Century Trends and Their Impact on Education. I am Ubaidah and as Master of Ceremony, today we'll guide you until the end of the event. At this opening ceremony, I would like to greet Professor Dr. Komarudin MSI as Director of the State University of Jakarta, Professor Dr. Dedi Purwana MBAS as the Director of the Postgraduate State University of Jakarta, Dr. Sukarjo MPD as the Head of Doctoral Program of Education of Technology, State University of Jakarta, Dr. Rudi Susilana MSI as the Chairman of the Association of Indonesian Education of Technology Study Program. Ladies and gentlemen, this international conference is held in collaboration with the Associations of Indonesian Education of Technology Study Program. Today's workshop will be divided into two sessions. The main session, which features 5 international keynote speakers. The second session is the presentations of the paper that will be divided into 3 rooms. Before we start our series of events today, let me remind you again, for on-site participants, please be advised to maintain the health protocols. For online participants, please be advised to activate the camera and mute the mic during the main event. Ladies and gentlemen, to start the first ISCET 2022, let's start with the singing of National Anthem Indonesia Raya, followed by Mars UNJ. The participants are requested to be in solemn position.
Indonesia
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now in the opening session. Without further ado, I would like to invite Marsofiati, SPD MPD, as the chairwoman of the first ISCET 2022. Please welcome Mrs. Marsofiati, SPD MPD.
My appreciation is Professor Dr. Bas as Director Postgraduate Program, Dr. Muhammad Jo, Coordinator Dr. in Ilana, Chairman TPI, Indonesian Studi Program, Association of Education Technology, Professor David Stan, PhD, Doraini Bas PhD, Professor Helping Lim PhD, Professor Beni Agus Pribadi MA, Dr. Bank Syariah Arta Madani, sponsor, and the first ISET committee who generously helped seminar could not have done it without you. Theme International seminar today is 21st Century Trends, Their Impact, Education. 5 major trends: digital technologies, access to innovation, globalization, equity, and accountability. Sub-themes, seminar that use of technology in the digital seminar attend 105 participants. Well, I don't want to take too much our time. I need to, I need to hand over it to Miss Ubaidah. Our today of ceremony, I would like to say once more, on behalf of this seminar organizer, welcome. Thank you very much for attending this event. Enjoy, be happy, good luck. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning and good evening, good day.
2022. International Seminar and Conference on Education Technology is a first international seminar led by the Education Technology Study Program, Faculty of Education Science, Universitas Negeri Jakarta. We invite 5 keynote speakers from USA, Hong Kong, Malaysia, and Indonesia to discuss about the educational technology. Ladies and gentlemen, the first ISCET 20 and 22 was an invitation to discuss various topics related to our conference theme with 21st century threat and their impact on education, such as utilization and development of learning resources, technology used in education, blended learning technology, and support. The scope area, the seminar, are in line with the vision of ISCET Association, namely to become a forum for education institution oriented toward completing the need of the community through the development of education technology discipline. It also related with our goal to buy existence of the association in order to empower every education institution and administer the education learning technology study program to become an education provider that can result scientists and experts in the field of education learning technology with equal qualification, high dignity, and benefit for the community. Ladies and gentlemen, the seminar event represents to effort of many individuals. Therefore, we would like to show our gratitude to the member of the International Committee for making the effort to organize this event and the independent reviewer for their hard work in reviewing submission. I would as love to thank the 5 invited keynote speakers who will sharing their insight with us. The seminar would not be possible without the excellent papers contributed by authors. We hope that this seminar will further stimulate research on education-related issues in today's advancement of digital era in entering community 5.0. We also hope that the publication will furnish scholars from all over the world with excellent sources of reference. Finally, it was with great pleasure that we had the opportunity to host such a conference. We look forward to seeing you in the second international seminar and conference of education technology. Thank you. Good morning. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you for the opening speech for Dr. Rudy Susilana, MSI. For the next opening speech, let's watch the opening video of Professor Dr. Dedi Purwana Mbas as the director of the postgraduate at University of Jakarta, as he can be able to join us live in our session today.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, everybody. The Honorable Rector of Universitas Negeri Jakarta, Professor Dr. Komarudin, or representative on behalf of him. The Honorable Chairman of Indonesian Study Program Association of Educational Technology, Dr. Rudy Susilana, Head of Doctoral Program in Educational Technology, Dr. Muhammad Sukarjo, distinguished keynote speakers, all invited participants, greeting from Jakarta and welcome to the first International Seminar and Conference on Educational Technology, ISCET 2022. Ladies and gentlemen, Postgraduate of Universitas Negeri Jakarta is hosting the International Conference in 2022 once again. It is a part of our commitment to realize UNJ's vision and mission to become a world-class university and have a reputation in the Asian region. In these conference activities is also a strategic effort to bring our postgraduate, especially for the doctoral program in educational technology, being a reputable institution in the Asian region. Moreover, in line with international accreditation we received from ACAS Germany, postgraduate of Universitas Negeri Jakarta is committed to creating an international standard of academic atmosphere by holding periodic international seminar and conferences. In this event, postgraduate of Universitas Negeri Jakarta, collaboration with the Indonesian Study Program Association of Educational Technology, held the first international seminar and conference on educational technology. This event carries the theme that is the 21st century trends and their impact on education. 5 major trends and challenges such as digital technology, access to innovation, globalization, equity, and accountability, which we believe that we are struggling now to face the challenges for this issue. This event will be conducted hybrid, both online and offline. The purpose of international seminar right now, first, is to develop knowledge and increase the competency of both educators and educationalists in giving appropriate learning services towards the 21st century. Second, it will inspire the advanced innovation development in educational technology related to the issue evolved in societies. And the last is to improve the understanding of innovators in educational technology to facilitate and apply the learning that is appropriate for 21st century students' need. On this occasion, I would like to convey my gratitude to the distinguished keynote speaker such as Professor Dr. David Stein from Department of Educational Study, The Ohio State University, Professor Dr. Zoraini Wati Abbas, Deputy Vice Chancellor, Academic and Education Technology, University Wawasan Open, Penang, Malaysia, Professor Lim Cherfing, Director of Asia Pacific Center of Excellence for Teacher Education and Innovation, Edith Cowan University, Hong Kong, Professor Dr. Beni Agus Pribadi MA from Universitas Terbuka Indonesia, Professor Dr. Mustaji, the Coordinator of Doctoral Program in Education Technology, Universitas Negeri Surabaya. I believe all of them are well-known scholars and expertise in educational technology. Hopefully, all participants enjoy and take benefits from this international conference. Finally, I would like to express my gratitude and appreciate to all organizing committee who did a great job for this successful event. Thank you for your participation in this international seminar. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
In the next opening speech, let us watch the opening speech video of the Rector of the State University of Jakarta, Professor Dr. Komarudin, MSI. The Rector will be represented by Professor Dr. Agus Dudung, MPD, as the Vice Rector of General Affairs and Finance.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning. Greeting to all, to us. We would like to thank the keynote speaker who have been willing to become speakers in the first international seminar and conference of educational technology 2022. We also express our pride so that this activity can be carried out the morning Wednesday, October 12, 2022. Therefore, we would like to thank the postgraduate director of Universitas Negeri Jakarta for facilitating this international seminar and conference. The same thanks to the entire committee of seminar and conference of the Education Technology Doctoral Study Program. With prayers that this seminar and conference goes smoothly. With pride, we presenting the Rector of Universitas Negeri Jakarta to open the seminar and conference by saying Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. I officially open this seminar and conference. Congratulations of holding the first international seminar and conference of educational technology. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, now we have come to our main session. We will have 3 moderators to moderate our 5 keynote speakers. Please allow me to introduce our first moderator, Ms. Yeni Susilowati, SAMA. For the first and second keynote speech, will be moderated by Ms. Yeni Susilowati, SAMA. Allow me to read her short bio. Ms. Yeni Susilowati, SAMA is a faculty member of TE Dharma Agung Indonesia. Currently, she studies the doctoral program in Educational of Technology in the postgraduate program, State University of Jakarta. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome our moderator, Ms. Yeni.
Honorable Rector University of Jakarta, Professor Dr. Komarudin, and Honorable Vice Rector, MPD, Honorable Director, Postgraduate University of Jakarta, Professor Dr. Dedi, Honorable the Coordinator, Doctoral Program, Honorable Chairman of I, Honorable Chairman, and of course to hear all this is the This is the first International and Conference Educational Technology 2000 within the 21st century impact. The first session of have two speakers who are already session. I'd like to greet our first speaker, Professor Dr. David Stein. Professor David, are you with us right now? Oke, baik Bapak Ibu, sambil kita menyaksikan profil Universitas Negeri Jakarta.
Entering the gate of knowledge through Universitas Negeri Jakarta, you will experience a unique atmosphere where multicultural perspectives meet in academic practices. Located in the heart of the capital city of Indonesia, Universitas Negeri Jakarta concerned with the environmental issues to promote urban and green campus. As one of the best public universities in Indonesia, Universitas Negeri Jakarta offers you with world-class programs enriched by the touch of local wisdom and supported with high technology facilities and disability accesses. Universitas Negeri Jakarta has played an important role in developing education, science, art, technology, and sport since 1964. Universitas Negeri Jakarta serves students of diploma, undergraduate, and postgraduate programs. They are deployed in 8 faculties and 1 postgraduate program. Teaching and learning activities are delivered in joyful atmosphere and meaningful interaction to promote student-centered and autonomous learning. For that purpose, Universitas Negeri Jakarta develop laboratory schools where various educational innovations are tried and tested to get best practices. In the sphere of sports sciences, modern sports stadium has been built, equipped with modern and high-tech sport facilities. To achieve Universitas Negeri Jakarta vision to go global, various international program has been conducted comprising such as student mobility program, lecturers exchange program, and various international seminars. In line with this, Universitas Negeri Jakarta keeps on developing both international program and infrastructure facilities to achieve Universitas Negeri Jakarta vision to be reputable university in Asia.
Baik, Bapak Ibu. Hari ini. This is the first ISCET International Seminar and Conference on Educational Technology 2022 with theme the 21st Century Trends and Their Impact on Education. This time is a first session of the seminar, and we have two speakers who are already with us for this session. I'd like to greet our first speaker, Professor Dr. David Stein. Hello, Professor David, are you with us right now?
Yes, I am. I'm
Okay.
just getting everything
you.
set up.
Thank you. This is
Let me fix
about
the lighting.
8 p.m. in your place, right? Good evening for
Yeah.
us. Okay. And the next is Professor Zoraini Wati Abbas, PhD. Good morning, Prof. Zoraini.
Yeah, good morning.
Good morning, thank you. Welcome to our conference. I'm Yeni Susilowati, and I'm going to be a moderator for the first session of today's seminar. I'm very pleased to see you here and welcome all of you to the first ISCET International Seminar and Conference on Educational Technology 2022. We are going to have a presentation and question and answer till the next around 1 hour and 30 minutes. All speakers will talk around 20 minutes, and after the speakers have presented their topics, we'll have a discussion for about 15 minutes ahead. And for your information, our audience are faculties, researchers, and students also. So quite various background from the participant for today. And all the audience can ask a question. If you have a question, you can ask your question during the question and answer session by raising your hand at your Zoom, or you can type your question in the chat, and I'm going to read them for you. Okay, right now I'm going to the first speaker, Professor Dr. David Stein, and I will read your profile. Professor David Stein is Associate Professor, the Ohio State University College of Education, School of Physical Activity and Educational Services, and Coordinator School Nurse Licensure Program, Columbus, Ohio, 1996 until present. He has a lot of awards and honors. I read the information that I have. There are about 20 awards and honors. The recently is Best Practice Award in Distance Learning Technology for Adult Learners, Commission for Distance Learning and Technology, American Association for Adult and Continuing Education, MEMPC, in November 2017. And also a lot of publications, review, editor, books, newsletter, etc. I have noticed there are over than 150 publications. He also gives service on unit, college, and university committees, such as Workforce Development and Education Section Head, Faculty Chair, September 1919 until August 2010, Appointment Promotion and Tenure Committee Member, August 2016, the Ohio State University Center, Ohio Resource Center Advisory Group Member, March 2014, American Association for Adult and Continuing Education, Chair Program Proposal for Distant Learning and Technology, April 2014 until present, and also become clinical teaching, serve as the instructor trainer for first aid and CPR for the School of Physical Activity and Educational Service 1997 until 2013. Without further ado, allow me to welcome the first speaker, Professor Dr. David Stein, to start the presentation. Professor David Stein, you have 20 minutes to present your paper, and the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you very much. And I'm very glad to be able to meet with you and share ideas with you today for you. And I'd like to especially say hello to Professor Benny. I haven't seen him in a long time, and we've known each other.
How are you, David? Nice to see you again.
Almost a
We miss
decade.
you so much, right?
Yeah.
How is Hilda?
Oh, she's very good. She's
Good,
back
good.
in
Okay,
the
then.
other room.
We can talk it later, right?
Right. So let me move on to my presentation today. And I'm very glad to see that your conference is focusing around issues on educational technology and innovation. And one thought I'd like you to keep in mind is that while we will continue to see increases in technology and increases in the tools we have available to connect with our students, particularly at a distance, such as we have right now, Zoom, which just allows us to do many things, we need to keep in mind how learners use these technologies and these tools. And that's the focus of my research and my talk with you today about the human side of technology. And my research interest and my specialization, of course, is in distance education learning, but I focus around this idea of the digital discussion. And what I'd like you to consider is this idea of the technology of the chat. Particularly as I look around at courses from all over the United States and even some international courses, I do course reviews for many universities that wish to have their online programs certified or receive a stamp of quality. And one of the key principles, regardless of the tools and the technology that is used, is this idea of interaction and this idea of collaborating and sharing ideas and thoughts so that we can create a much better thought than we can do working individually. So, you know, the idea of discussion might be considered a universal component of online courses. And through discussion forums, particularly, we engage learners in this idea of working with each other, of examining the content, and sharing with the instructor as partners in this creation of knowledge. So the discussion forum itself, and many of you have probably engaged in this discussion, allow learners to exchange ideas, to offer critique, to challenge assumptions, and to exhibit critical and reflective thinking. So this idea of discussion in an online environment is very powerful and moves us away from reliance, particularly on the idea of subject matter expert. So how does this happen? This is something I've been trying to understand better through the years. And I think if we look at the pandemic as a way of enhancing distance learning, online instruction, the potential was there. We had an opportunity during the pandemic to really show the strengths and the value that what I'll call this digital classroom, and this is perhaps what we're in now, or this digital environment might allow us to do. The pandemic really increased the visibility of distance learning as a way to reach out, to connect with others that we might not have been able to connect with prior to the pandemic. It allowed us to cross borders, disciplines, to meet at various locations, to be together, if you will, as we are now, and yet to still be apart. And being together and being apart allows us to generate new thoughts, new ways of thinking, new ways of learning. Just to give you an idea of what's happening, at least in the United States, that in the year 2020, and this is the most recent year, 2020-21, for which I was able to find some recent data, just look at these numbers. There's 8.6 million college students enrolled exclusively in a distance education program, 8.6 million. 52 million college students were enrolled in at least one course. And 206,000 students were enrolled in institutions outside of the United States. So during the pandemic, of course, we saw this tremendous increase, as you would expect, in the use of these technologies for distance learning. Unfortunately, we've returned to the old ways of doing things, and distance education is slipping a little bit into the background, but not entirely. I think the pandemic showed us that distance education is going to be with us for a very long time. But there's always a but there is a problem. So another interesting statistic, that 46% of graduate students that participated in the survey by Stata, a national data collecting company in the US, found that online education quality was equal to or better than their experience in the physical classroom. Now, we knew this, that students who have a very positive online experience will find a digital classroom equal to or better than experiences they may have had in the traditional physical static classroom. But what about that other 58%? This is the problem. For that other 58%, distance learning did not carry the same degree of relationships that they could establish, did not provide that connection with the instructor, did not provide that satisfying experience of being in a classroom type situation. So that's where the problem is. How do we create those conditions that satisfy the need to engage in ways which promote higher levels of thinking? So this is the problem, that I've been looking at and working on for a number of years. So while we're going to continue to see new tools emerging, that's all very helpful. But what we have to do is find ways to better engage the students. And this is where this idea of coaching comes into play. My work around coaching is based on a simple assumption that for many, if not most of us, discussion is not a skill that we really have mastered in such a way that we create new and higher level thoughts. One of the tools that students prefer is this idea of synchronous live presentations. Similarly to what we're doing now. Most of my work has focused around the idea of asynchronous teaching and learning, where students can come together and they can still meet and chat in chat rooms at the same time, but from different places. We used to be able to do that only in print, but now within the last few years, we can do this live, just the same way we're doing it here, visually, and we have the capability, well, you have the capability on your host screen, create small discussion groups. And we know, but what we don't know is what does happen in those discussion groups to create a satisfying experience. This is the idea of coaching. Coaching in discussion is the way in which we can provide for our students, to our learners, higher levels of engagement. Coaching focuses on constructing solutions rather than analyzing problems. It allows us to guide and correct and improve the quality of the discussion. But here's the problem. When does this happen? And how does this happen? The instructional dilemma that we face, regardless of the kind of tools that we have and the kind of tools we use, is how do we return control of the discussions to the learners and support the idea of a learner-led discussion with minimal involvement of the instructor. Research studies, and I have them in the paper that you might have with you tonight, have demonstrated that students prefer to take control of the discussion, of the exchange of ideas, and what has often been called the idea of making private thoughts public and having those public thoughts under the scrutiny of your peers to critique, to evaluate, and to help the learner and the group achieve higher levels of thinking. So I've been working with this idea of what's it like to be in a learner-led discussion, and what does the group need to be able to develop the skills to work what I'll call interdependently. When we think about the online environment, we can think of this, as a progression, that we can be at a highly autonomous level, which we would call, I just saw a message come in. The comment is, we can't see your shared screen. You can't, because I didn't use one. And here's the reason. I wanted to be able to talk to you and with you. And what I found is with a shared screen, power, you can't really see me, we can't really engage that way. So your conference facilitators do have a copy of the research paper that just came out in June, and was published in the book, and I can send this later in the chat, in the handbook on research, on educational leadership and research methodology. So it's a fairly new paper with data that I've been collecting over the years to try to get a better handle on what happens in the discussion. Now, in the discussion, we have this idea of teaching presence. And teaching presence, as you may know or may not, is a component of the community of inquiry model. And some might say where it's rising to the level of the community of inquiry theory. This theory tries to explain and give us guidance on how we can create what's called worthwhile learning environments. And a worthwhile learning environment is simply an environment in which there are equal opportunities for learners to express their voice, to share ideas, to come to what we call resolution, or an understanding of what it takes to solve a problem. And that's the short version of it. It's become one of the leading theories in distance learning and teaching. One of the components, teaching presence, there are three components: what we'll call social presence, teaching presence, and cognitive presence. Social presence is about how we engage, how we create trust, how we create a group that's going to work together. Cognitive presence is how we intellectually work through a series of stages to find a solution. Here, what we're focusing on is teaching presence. Teaching presence are what are the skills that one needs to be able to conduct the discussion itself. Another paper I just submitted around this idea of coaching and artificial intelligence, one of the reviewers made a critique that coaching, helping the group to better learn the skills, should be part of teaching presence, but really it's not. Coaching occurs outside the instructional situation. That is, what we have done. As I mentioned, we don't have a PowerPoint. I'm not using a PowerPoint because I wanted to be able to get closer to you and work with you and have you just listen to the words. You can read the paper later, send me questions. But the idea of coaching is once I have an understanding of how your discussion proceeds, the logic that you're using, the ways in which you organize, the ways in which you engage others and pull others into the conversation, that happens all outside of the actual teaching situation. So in experiments that I've done, what we've done is create groups. And my team and I will look at the transcripts. We will analyze those transcripts to try to find out what skills does it take to make this worthwhile learning experience. Let me just check the time here. Oh, okay. So there are some key components that we found all groups do well. But what was interesting is there are a number of skills which are very important to this idea of creating a worthwhile learning experience that seem to be resistant, that no matter how much coaching we did, and coaching meant we would call that group together again after their instructional session. We would go through with them areas that we found to be deficient, that were not evident in their transcripts, which is in fact their conversation. And we could identify areas in which we could provide more help and guidance. The areas that were resistance, no matter what we did, the students just would not or could not complete those tasks. Let me quickly tell you about what they were. As I say, it was very, very interesting and very surprising to us. Now, when you look at the literature on the community of inquiry, they look at the bigger parameters, the idea of teaching presence, social presence, cognitive presence, how they relate, what students, how we measure that, how they fit together, which ones are more important. But they never really drill down to the level in which students are using what we'll call the technology of chat or the technology of a discussion. And these were key areas that really showed us what was very difficult. So there are areas in teaching presence that were not amenable to outside interventions. And perhaps the most important one that emerged was this idea of summarization. The summarization means in a discussion with a group, someone in that group, when we talk about learner-led, it means the instructor's in the background, particularly if you're trying to moderate or watch, in many cases in my class, 4 or 5 different groups all meeting at the same time. This idea of summarization meant that at key points in a discussion, in order for the points not to be lost and for the logic of the discussion to emerge, someone had to summarize. So here's where we've been. This is what we know. This is what we've created so far. that was very, very difficult for some reason for students to do. Let me share some others with you here. It's providing opportunities to engage all learners in the discussion was another difficult task for learners to do in the discussion. And by involving all learners, I mean saying, for example, Professor Benny, I haven't heard from you during this discussion. Perhaps you could comment on the points we have just made. So there's an invitation to participate, to bring everybody into the group setting. That was very difficult for students to do. Let me give you one or two others that we found very difficult to do. Oh yeah. So another area that was very difficult was encouraging, acknowledging, and reinforcing student contributions. So one would think this would fall to the group leader or facilitator. But our idea of teaching presence meant that everyone in a small group or any group is the instructor. And yet in framing their comments, this idea of acknowledging the contributions of group members to keep the motivation high, to keep individuals interested and engaged with each other and the content was very difficult for learners to do this. So those were three key points: summarizing the discussion, encouraging and acknowledgements, and including everyone in the discussion. So we did this study, and this is what we found out. Now, we're continuing to find out why that happened. Now we know that it does. Now we know that of the 16 skills that one must have to participate in an online discussion, small group discussion, at least 3 were extremely resistant. Just to give you an idea of the intervention, in a 15-week course, we would measure changes in their teaching presence scores at the 3rd week, which was the baseline, at the 6th week, the 9th week, and the 12th week, and the 15th week. We found that it was very, very difficult to move students away from their initial skill set that they came in, even with coaching. Now, the practical application of the project that we think is valuable is it lets you, as a potential online small group facilitator, know in advance what is likely to happen in your small group. And prior to having that group engage, you can talk with the group about the skills that really make a difference. And you can look for those skills, because there are 16 skills, it's just too many to carry on at one time, that you have in mind, but you can focus on the ones that are most amenable to coaching to keep the levels high, or those that seem to be resistant to coaching so that you can create a more worthwhile experience. So it's not the tools that are so important as we look at emerging technologies. It's not what the tools can do that really should be our focus of interest, but how the tools are used by the students. If you think about this for a moment, it amazed me that during the pandemic, even at our institution, we spent hours, and we were not the only university, perhaps your universities did the same thing, working with instructors on how to present online and providing them with the tools and techniques needed. But we spent 0 time preparing the students for this new kind of experience. We should have probably done it simultaneously or the other way around, and engage the learners in practice experiences of what it would be like to be, in the new word, remote. Although another new term just emerged, I just came across this actually this morning, or for me this morning, that instead of talking about distance learning and remote learning, the popular word now is digital education. This encompasses all forms of synchronous or asynchronous ways of providing learning opportunities to students. So to me, this idea of working with the students, training the students, coaching the students so that they can engage and have a better worthwhile learning experience kind of trumps our emphasis on the tools themselves and the new technologies. So as educational technologists, as researchers, we might want to turn our attention more to what the user, that's the learner, is going to see with these tools, and how the learner engages with the tools, and how the learner becomes more active in promoting their learning individually and the learning of the group. So as you think about what comes next, and one of the things I'm working on next is how do we incorporate what we call pedagogical agents to do the tracking of what's happening in these small groups so that I, as an instructor, can make more immediate decisions or more immediate interventions on how to improve and strengthen group performance. That's a whole nother topic, a whole nother paper that we're working on now. This idea of pedagogical agents working in, we'll call them co-teachers or co-instructors with humans together to better understand how the tools, the techniques, the technologies are being used and applied by students across different weeks, and whether they're becoming more skilled and more proficient in their abilities to create, and that's the beauty, I think, of this way of meeting, new ideas. That, to me, is the whole purpose for us to engage in ways we could not engage before, worldwide, globally, and intellectually. So I think I'm at that, almost at that, 20-minute mark. So I'll open up for questions, and you can ask me directly, or you can put them right into the chat, and I'll see if I can find them here. So questions, thoughts? To what extent?
May I ask question, David?
Sure.
Sorry about this, right? It's long time not to see you, right, David?
Oh, yes.
Yeah. My question is about the condition recently in US, you know. What is the development of distance learning? The first one, right? And the second is about the importance of the social presence in the online learning. Can you explain about that?
Yeah. What I've seen is more and more than before the pandemic, courses are being developed by I would say university of all sizes. Most of these courses tend to be asynchronous, meaning you post at various times throughout the week and so forth and so on. On the other hand, I've seen more courses than ever being offered online, but in a synchronous mode like this. The problem to me is students like this. They like to be in a Zoom room because it reminds them, well, it is very similar to the physical classroom. But what happens in this kind of mode is that we tend to lose the advantage of what the technology brings to us, the affordances of being online. And this reverts back to what we do now, is you listen and I lecture, the two L's. So I find that to be a misuse of the technology. Typically in a physical classroom, and many of our classes at Ohio State for graduate students are 3 hours a week. You come for 3 hours one time a week. It's much too long. So there's a mix of lectures and small group work, just like we would have done in the physical classroom. It's very hard to have a discussion. in the way that I've been mentioning it, as learner led. It can be done. So yes, there are more online opportunities available now than there were before the pandemic. And yes, of that increase, most of that increase is being done via Zoom. I don't particularly think that's a good approach, but that's what instructors prefer to do. Okay. Social presence. Social presence, as I mentioned, is one component of the community of inquiry model. Social presence means before a group can really engage and share ideas, they have to build trust in one another. They have to feel secure in the classroom. They have to feel that they are connected in some way. That's an important component. It plays very little into the idea of intellectual engagement. It does support, okay, the ideas of teaching presence and cognitive presence because you have to feel comfortable expressing your thoughts and ideas. You have to feel comfortable in taking those private thoughts that you have and sharing them with the group. So most of the work and most of the research that's been coming out in the last few years is focusing around the idea of teaching presence and cognitive presence. But I would have to say, I think there's more of an emphasis on teaching presence than social presence right now. We've experimented with manipulating social presence. And what we found is that you have to have it. Even in a group like this, or in a discussion group, before the group can really do its work, it will go through a cycle of sharing, well, I did this week, how are you? Like Benny and I did at the beginning of this session. And no matter what we did to reduce that time so we could spend more time on task, we couldn't do it. It just couldn't be done. Even when the facilitator said, okay, here's the task, let's jump into it. No, they still had to go through the cycle of reacquainting themselves from what happened over the past week. So it's a necessary component of this whole process of building intellectual engagement. Okay.
It's very interesting, David. Maybe I will conduct a research about the social presence in online learning later on. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Other questions? How are we doing on time?
Okay, thank you, Professor David Stein, for your presentation.
Here's a question.
Okay.
What strategies can the instructor do in the online course so that students discuss according to the learning objectives set? Okay, so this has to do, I think, with the idea of staying within the time on task. And one of the strategies I've used is to provide prompts. So in a discussion group, the prompts are part of their digital space. Here are the questions, not the answers, but here are the questions at the end of the day or the end of the session. We need some answers to, potential answers anyway. The groups know how to, they understand that. What we found is they're not sure how to get there. And this is where one of the strategies we used in the asynchronous room is prior to beginning the content related discussions, we provided online practice sessions. No grades given, issues unrelated to the content, but just so students could practice their discussion skills. And again, if you have a copy of the paper, there are 16 skills under this idea of teaching presence that allows students to kind of build a better appreciation for how discussions go. So I think having practice sessions ahead of time and pointing out how they deal with getting off track and so forth. Again, making that assumption that most of us don't really know how to be participants in a discussion group. We know how to talk, but we don't know how to discuss in an academic sense, or even an issue-based sense. So that's one strategy. Okay, here's another question. Thank you for your question. I heard you mention about coaching.
Thank you, Prof. David, for the answer from the question. Bapak Ibu, silakan yang ingin bertanya. Any more questions?
May I have a question, Bu Yeni?
Yes, please. Always.
Okay, Prof. David, thank you very much. I also interested in the research in the context of online learning, especially community of inquiry framework proposed by Garrison, Anderson, and Archer. It's already almost 12 years, 20 years until now, right? I think.
No, a little bit more than 20 years even, yes.
Yes, okay. My question is, I think I already applied the framework of COI in my online teaching actually. And I really interested in the to conduct a research related about this. I have a plan 2 years research on the COI, but how about the application of the COI in the context of massive open online course, Pak David? Because it's really different between asynchronous learning in the context of university, for example, in my course, because it's almost totally instructor-led online learning. But in massive open online, it's totally different. Perhaps you may share your experience related to the application of COI in the context of massive open online course, Pak David. Thank you.
Okay. That's an interesting question, since the COI model or the COI beginning COI investigations and concepts were applied originally to physical classrooms.
Yeah.
So I think Garrison and Archer and so forth, their work came out around 2000, 2001. Some of it went back to 1999 and earlier. So their idea is, yeah, we should be able to apply these same things in a physical classroom, in an asynchronous classroom, and in a synchronous classroom. The work on what happens in synchronous classrooms is not that extensive.
Yeah.
You know, it can be done, and the advantages, to me, they're not necessarily advantages of the synchronous mode, is that we can get everybody together at the same place at the same time. Okay. For some that works. For most of my students, it doesn't work. They're adult learners. It'd be very difficult. They're either too far from where we are, or they have to work at night, or it's very difficult for them to come to class. But we can still implement in this idea of discussion by moving and using the I don't have it here on my screen because I'm using your screen. My screen can set up small group rooms, and we can build our lessons using that same thing, that to have more engagement around the objectives, the key questions we want to discuss today. And in fact, what we can do, and maybe you've done this, is just as we might do in asynchronous mode, we can have small group rooms and the large group rooms. So
okay.
Once the small group has worked through, its cognitive presence skills and move towards integration or resolution or whatever they get, they can then share in the large group. So we have to learn how to better use the spaces available to create that engagement. But you're right, most of the time we'll lecture for an hour, then put you in a few small groups. By that time, I found, to be frank, we're too tired to really engage. So we don't really, let's do it the other way around,
Yeah.
So that's one thing I found. I've done even that in the asynchronous room. Over the course of the week.
But, those are the challenge. Our challenge is something like that. Okay.
Yeah, I think I saw another question here. Here we go. Oh yeah. Okay. So here, I want to ask: is it possible that with technological advances, the teacher-student relationship will be reduced, or even the role of the teacher can be related. That's a question that I'm kind of dealing with right now. And that gets into this idea of this pedagogical agent. And a pedagogical agent is simply an artificial intelligent creation that can be taught to do simple tasks, or I should say beyond simple tasks. And we work as partnerships so that, routine questions that come up, and if you've been teaching online quite a while in the same course, if you use the same assignments or modify those assignments, you're going to get the same kind of questions. And you need to provide feedback or guidance. That's what the artificial agent can do, the pedagogical agent, freeing you up as instructor to do the more difficult tasks of providing coaching skills, of working with learners who need more assistance, of providing deeper resources. So I don't think that we will see the end of the human instructor. Well, what I think we will see is the change in role from being the primary provider of content to being more of a curator. Oh, so what the pedagogical agent sees going on is, why don't we provide more resources about this? And that's what I would be doing during that week. That was, interestingly enough, the hope of the whole idea of the discussion approach to online learning, that we would become more facilitators of the process, we would stand back, and that's where my work on learner-led discussions comes into play, because now the learners are in charge. While I'm watching and listening, I can also provide resources. If they go off track, the pedagogical agent, if I had one, could bring them back, or I can gently do that. But again, if I'm running multiple groups, it becomes a little more difficult. So I think we will continue to see the instructor presence in discussions in online learning, whether it be synchronous or asynchronous, but I think the role is going to change. I mean, even today, we don't need to be focusing so much on content, unless you're the #1 researcher in the world, but we should be finding the relevant content that comes from across the globe that we can share with our students, and then let the students go. Give them a problem to deal with, a case study to handle, get them actively involved, provide the resources, watch how they use those resources. That's really what I think we should be doing, providing feedback and direction. That's what I think our role will continue to evolve towards. Let me see this question.
Okay, thank you, Prof.
Could you please let me know how
Another,
much is it?
one question from
Yeah.
Mr. Yanwar
How much is the
Dwiki.
comparison? How much is the comparison of face-to-face and on learning in America? Quite a bit. That comparison goes on all the time. We are seeing faculty for online learning. Now, again, when I say that, we have to be careful, because I think what's being accepted, the idea of synchronous live presentations more than the asynchronous modules lasting a week or 10 days. If you're working with adult learners, particularly working adult learners, synchronous is always very difficult. I make those optional when I want to have a face-to-face session to answer questions, almost like office hours. But the comparison goes on all the time. I think it'll be less and less so. Right now, the K-12 endeavor in the United States really did not go well at all, because we had the tools and technologies. What we didn't have, even at the college level, in the freshman classes, we did not have the educational maturity that's needed to function in these kinds of environments. Once we move away from live synchronous presentations, it becomes more incumbent upon the learners to take responsibility, to get their work done on time, to meet the deadlines, and so forth. So the answer to your question is the comparison is done all the time. I think it'll be done less so in the future, but predominantly the mode is still going to be physical questions. Okay.
Okay, thank you, Prof. David, for the answer.
Here's Booty.
Another one
Let me
question.
get Booty. Yeah. Hi, Booty.
Another one
Hi,
question in
Prof.
chat box.
Ya, terima kasih Bu Yeni. Good morning, Prof. Stein. Oh, well, it's nice to meet you.
You too.
I have a question. Apparently, or recently, we had did a research by using systematic literature review, and it's about the preference for the educational technology research topic or subject. And it spreads into several areas, for example, distance education and distance learning, teacher advancement, education performance, and etc. Then, based on our analysis, it goes to or it ends to cyber education. Then I would like to ask your perspective or your opinion about how would it be the cyber education related to educational technology for the next few years. Thank you, Mr. Stein.
Okay, can you put that in the chat? Your question in the chat?
Oh, all right.
It's okay. Type it in there.
Okay, until we wait Kak Budi ya untuk ditulis di chat. Another one question at chat box, Prof. David from Yanwar Dwi Kristianto. I heard you mention about coaching as a great tools or strategy to make all students engage. Can you tell us more about coaching and what are the advantage of a small group discussion? Thank you.
Okay, let me start backwards. The advantages of the small group discussion. One is comfort level. That particularly in an asynchronous discussion, learners can type out like we're doing here in the chat box their questions. So if they're a little bit unfamiliar with the language, they have an opportunity to draft it out before they post it. But primarily in a small group discussion, students feel more comfortable in sharing their ideas. It's easier for them to participate because there's less people interrupting. You have less, although it's still possible, individuals who want to monopolize the instruction, the session and the talk. So generally it gives more opportunity, and this we call equal voices for the learners to be heard. So a good number that I like to work with is somewhere between 5 and 8, 5 to 7, give or take. And the literature on small group would support that. That's where that kind of comes from over time. It gives it good opportunities that way. What coaching does is it really provides the individuals with the skills they're going to need. So we're focusing on the process. Okay. How do you move from the question to a potential solution? And this becomes here, this is where an artificial agent or pedagogical agent can be useful, because if the artificial agent is programmed to work through the kinds of, or to notice from the text, from the words, right now we can make, we can in Zoom, we can have closed captioning so that you can see the text appear. It will automatically produce a transcript so that the artificial agent, pedagogical agent, or the instructor can notice what is missing. So for instance, if summaries are not being made, we can point that out. And we can meet with the group outside of the instructional session or just before the meeting of the class and have them work on that skill and practice. So this idea of coaching also includes practice. Coaching means, okay, I kind of show you what has gone wrong. Here, I'm going to show you and work with you how to do it right, and now practice it. And then we'll go back into the real classroom. Let me go back to Budi's question.
Yeah, so Mr. Budi Setiawan on chat box.
Okay, it's found that the subjects for educational technical research lead to cyber education. Based on my perspective, how would cyber education relate to educational technology in the future? Thank you. Okay, this is a question that certainly is important to educational technologists, because as I'm seeing it develop over time, and some schools do it better than others, and our university is getting better at it, but that's not necessarily the best yet, is that someone has to create the tools. Someone has to be able to develop the algorithms that are going to work, the newer tools, when we're looking at artificial intelligence. Well, one of the things that just amazes me, so I have grandchildren, and my youngest grandchild is just turned 3. And yet he's playing with what do you even the virtual worlds. He puts on that thing and he's in a virtual world and he can manipulate it through it. He doesn't watch television. He plays pretty complex video games on his iPad, and he knows how to do all this. So there's no question in my mind that when he becomes of public school age, never mind his older brother, who's 8, and his sister, this to them, what we're doing is normal. I mean, this is not anything special. This is just what they grew up with. So who's going to continue to develop the technologies? Who's going to see how we can take the technologies that are developed elsewhere and apply them in instructional situations? Instructors are not going to do that. They need help. And even today in 2020, most of our faculty, and we have hundreds of faculty, don't develop their own online courses. They either follow the templates. Who designs those templates? The educational technologists. So, moving from a role, and I've done this too, as an educational technologist in the background, moves you up into the foreground. Very important. Will continue to grow, especially as you look at the new and more advanced educational technologies. Hope that answers your question, Budi.
Okay,
thank
thank
you,
you,
sir.
Prof. David Sain.
Okay.
Because due to time constraint, okay, we will still accommodate question and we will submit them to committee and redirect to Professor David Sain to answer. Okay, Prof. So many things interested from your paper, and allow me to give a conclusion for your presentation. Participating in educational online discussion group is a learned skill set. Teaching presents indicator as described in the community of inquiry framework describe action a discussion facilitator used to lead to a worthwhile learning experience. However, in a learn-led group, all members are responsible for creating the space for shared understanding to emerge. And the study further suggests that training on teaching presents specific indicators associated with facilitating this course becomes part of any course using discussion groups, including asynchronous and synchronous discussion. And the author recognized the impact the synchronous video discussion tools may have on academic discussion. Okay. Thank you for the presentation, Professor David Stein, for today's seminar. And for the final this presentation, allow us to make a photo session together because we know that in the US it's already about 9 p.m. Prof. Baik, ya. Baik Bapak Ibu, silahkan dinyalakan kamera untuk kita foto bersama.
Oh, thank you all for inviting me, and you have my email address. So if you have further questions, or if I can provide you other papers, please just send me an email, and hope to meet you again sometime. So
Keep
thanks
contact,
again.
David.
Yeah, we'll do, Benny. Good to see you again.
Okay.
Thank you, Prof.
Send my best regard to Hilda, please.
I will. Okay. Bye now.
Wait. Oke. Tadi sudah dapat ya, semoga sudah dapat foto sessionnya ya, karena memang waktunya mungkin ya sudah US. Baik, Bapak Ibu kita lanjut ke pembicara kedua. Before we begin our second presentation, I would like to introduce you to the second keynote speaker for today's conference, Professor Zurainiwati Abbas, PhD, Adjunct Professor Asia University, Associate University of Nottingham, Malaysia, founder and advisor IG University. Professor Dr. Zurainiwati Abbas is Adjunct Professor in the Asia University. She is also the founder and advisor to GIG University. She has been an educator almost 40 years of her life. She is Malaysia's e-learning pioneer and advocate for online learning. She has been consultant to the World Bank and the Commonwealth of Learning in Vancouver, Canada, the National Center for E-Learning and Distance Education in Saudi Arabia, and Telecom Malaysia. For further profile information, we'll see the video profile from Professor Dr. Zurainiwati Abbas.
Ya, terima kasih. Thank you very much.
Allow me to welcome the second speaker from Dr. Zurainiwati Abbas to start the presentation. Professor Zuraini, you have 20 minutes to present your paper, so please.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah. All right. I want to share my screen. Let me see if I can do that. What to do? Yeah. If I cannot, yeah, actually I cannot share my screen. Yeah, I'm not allowed. Let me try again. Yeah. Okay, can you see my screen now?
Not yet, Prof.
Okay, can I ask the organizer to show my slides?
Okay. Os mungkin bisa dibantu untuk share screen?
Yeah.
Wait for a moment, please, Prof.
Okay, is that coming up? Okay, thank you. Boleh dibesarkan? Can we show in full view? Screennya, can we make it large? Full
Bisa
screen?
digedein nggak? Di full.
Diki, I will share the screen.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Yeah. Thank you very much. Ya, terima kasih. Okay. Good morning. Selamat pagi. Selamat sejahtera.
Good morning.
Good morning. Ya, daripada saya di Malaysia.
Yes.
I am honored to be given a chance, ya, ataupun an opportunity to share some of my perceptions, ya, of what e-learning has been and maybe what the future looks like. Yeah. I'm sure some of you will know most of what I'm talking about. Jadi mungkin it is more of reinforcement and maybe for me to share some of the
Excuse me,
frameworks
Professor
that I have.
Raini, can you please, your voice cannot more clearly from your speaker.
It's not clear.
Yeah.
Okay, how about now?
Okay, better.
Still not clear.
Yes, dear.
Is it
Okay,
better
clear.
now?
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
Thank
I
you.
just have to be closer to my computer. Okay. All right. Okay, so basically e-learning, what the future looks like is something that I will share some of what we've gone through and also maybe some of the important elements which I find that some people forget. Yeah. I have been in e-learning for 20 over years, slightly over 20 years. And I've taught about e-learning. I have used e-learning. I have had the chance to manage a center that produces learning materials, both multimedia and print, and mostly for open and distance learning. And I find that expectations differ. So maybe I'll just share some of the things that I have learned. Yeah. All right. Next slide, please. Before this, go to slide number 2. Okay. Jadi slide number 2. Ya, salam perkenalan kepada semua. Apa kabar? Malaysia is quite cool today. I mean, Kuala Lumpur is about like 24, 25 degrees. It's very rare, to have such cool weather. And one day I hope to meet some of you. I don't think I know anyone here this morning, but let's hope that we do get to meet sometime. All right, next slide, please. Okay, this is basically I want to discuss 3 things, yeah. Number 1, to give a quick overview so that we are on the same page, and then to talk about some of the success factors that I feel should be there, yeah, should be present, should be available for us to completely succeed with e-learning, and of course summarize at the end, yeah. Next slide. Okay, a brief history of e-learning. I think we are talking about in what you call this before the types of instructional media. We talk about motion picture projector, instructional television, yeah, or educational television. When I was growing up, there was educational television for the schools in Malaysia. And then we can talk about training films, let's say in the 40s. And then of course, instructional radio, which I had learned from, when I was in primary school in Malaysia. Yeah, we had instructional radio. And then of course we had the computers, the internet, the mobile, and so on. One thing that I realized was this, I used to use slate boards in my primary school. And then suddenly in about 2010, the Apple came out with a tablet called the iPad. You know, those two are about the same size. The slate board is like a little blackboard where you write using a graphite pencil, you know, just like you see in the picture here. But the tablet, they also have this electronic pencil. It's a world of a difference, but that difference influences how we think about learning, how we provide learning, how we can do so much more, yeah, for our students, yeah. The world has changed. Certainly, it has changed in a very big way. Even if you're doing your postgraduate programs, the fact that you have tablets, you have mobile phones, you have notebook computers, you can do so much more. And we all share that opinion, right? Okay, next slide. And we have buzzwords today. We always hear about e-learning for the last 20 years. We hear about remote lectures since COVID, the COVID lockdown. And then we hear more and more about online learning, online courses, open and distance learning. It used to be, you know, UT, Universitas Terbuka, was the ODL, the only ODL institution or the only ODL provider in Indonesia, for example. And in Malaysia, the biggest provider of ODL is Open University Malaysia. And I was there for about, you know, almost 10 years. And after that, I also went to two other ODL universities in Malaysia. And that is big in Malaysia. More than 100,000, maybe 120,000 students have benefited from ODL in Malaysia. 120,000 is quite big compared to UT. Of course, you have hundreds of thousands of students, but our population is maybe 12-13% of Indonesia. We also know about blended learning, hybrid learning. These are all the buzzwords. But what does it mean, you know? I mean, they are buzzwords, but how do we assure quality? How do we assure that we are doing, giving the best design or giving the best quality of quality instruction or quality learning experience? And then, of course, we hear about open educational resources, OERs. We have already started offering MOOCs. I know UT is very big on this, and also some of the other universities in Indonesia. Then micro-credentials is something that is the latest trends. In Malaysia, I think the last 2 or 3 years, universities, especially the public universities, have been coming up with more and more micro-credentials. Okay, next slide. And interestingly, the top 10 countries with the highest e-learning adoption rate. So if you look at at number 1, the very top row, interestingly, India has the highest e-learning adoption rate at 53%. China is 52%. Malaysia third, 41%. And Indonesia, 25% adoption rate. 25% of the population is a lot of people. And Malaysia, 41%. I think because we started e-learning almost 20 years ago. For example, I started introducing the university where I was, the International Medical University, introduced the LMS, the first university in Malaysia to introduce LMS. And we had Malaysian MOOCs, we had, and I also, for Telecom Malaysia, I designed and what is called the TM School Online for secondary students. And that was in 1998 when it was launched. So maybe because we had an early start, so we're higher than most of the other countries, but certainly I am impressed that India and China have very high e-learning adoption rates. All right, let's go to the next slide. These are the trends in e-learning. Some of you are already very familiar with it, but you can see it's mobile learning, social learning, immersive technology, micro-learning, which I just mentioned, the micro-credentials, the work-life skills coming to the fore, video-based learning, you know, we learn a lot from YouTubes and all. Adaptive learning, going to the next level, that is something that we will see. Big data in learning, we've started seeing this. Artificial intelligence, you know, such as, what do you call that? The one
I mean, there are quite a number of things, yeah. I mean, for example, the system can, based on analytics, recommend, yes, the next step for students. Then we have gamification and game-based learning and content curation, which some of us are also have also started to do. Okay, next slide. All right, but to me, the most important thing about e-learning, or the most important thing about learning, yeah, it could be learning, it could be e-learning, it could be any kind of learning, but the two things that are very important that we should do, number one is to achieve the learning outcomes. Okay, we have already set program learning outcomes, course learning outcomes, and maybe when we have our respective topics, we also have learning outcomes for them. And also very important is that we have the evidence of learning, yeah, proof of learning, that what we have done for the students, they are able to achieve the learning outcomes, and they are able to show that they have reached the competency spelled out in the learning outcome. To me, that's very fundamental. If I'm talking to students here, since you are going out there, maybe to start teaching or to start maybe developing learning materials or what you call this learning environments, yeah, for future educators and trainers, these two are key. All right, next slide. Tony Bates is someone very well known. He's from Canada. He was with the Athabasca University, one of the ODL institutions. He wrote a book called Teaching in a Digital Age. Just look through some of the questions that we see here, because this is what we as learning designers or as lecturers, yeah, educators, need to ask ourselves. Questions are the answers, really. Jadi kalau ada soalannya, kita jawab, and that's where we can start with our good design of learning. Okay. Next. What David Bates suggests, and what I also often say, is that pedagogy must come first. Yeah. We think about the pedagogy first. We think about how to teach, because we know what the issues are. We know who our students are. Yeah. So we think about how best, yeah, to deliver, yeah, the instruction. It could be through various learning activities. It could be lectures. It could be discussions. It could be watching a video. It could be going through a worksheet. It could be almost anything that we know about, including flipped classrooms and so on. Pedagogy first, technology second. Sometimes I find that lecturers consider the technology first. Okay, they say, okay, I want to use video, and then they just start developing. But actually, not every thing needs to have a video. Some of them needs discussion with students. So in ODL, for example, Prof. David, yeah, was saying, we have, he has coaching, he has online discussions, he has chat rooms. Okay, everything has a purpose. So we must consider quite a number of things these days. Yeah, that's why we call it blended learning, online and offline. And there are many things that we can also do online, as well as many things that we can do offline. So combine them to come up with a good learning experience. Yeah, creating a good learning environment for the students. All right, next slide. Okay, the most important thing, yeah, because we must have the evidence, we must produce the learning. Yeah, the evidence will show how well we have produced the learning among our students. And I just list here a few things that is what you call this, some of the latest things that educators do. For example, outcome-based education is quite big in Malaysia. We talk about it. And how do we make sure that our education is outcome-based? One of the key things that we do is constructive alignment. And constructive alignment, as you know, is about having evidence-based performance. Yeah. We have the authentic task, especially authentic tasks, so that it's real world problems. And we have, when we have authentic tasks, we can also provide the alternative assessment with rubrics, yeah? And then, of course, with constructive alignment, the other thing that we need to do is to provide the right kind of learning activities. So the constructive alignment is alignment between course learning outcomes, the learning activities, and the assessment. So these three things are very important. And of course, when we provide that meaningful or experiential learning, it is most likely that we will be able to develop a real world learner ataupun a learner for the 21st century. And also very key these days is bite-sized learning, because we know our students do not want a 20-minute video. Yeah, if possible, they prefer 3 minutes, 4 minutes, yeah, at most, I think, 4 minutes. Yeah, sometimes only 2 minutes. So bite-sized learning. So bite-sized learning could be videos. It could be topics that we teach. Yeah, maybe if it's a physical classroom, it could be 15, 20 minutes, but no longer than that. Then that includes activities, and so we have to break up our learning into bite-sized pieces. Yeah. Okay, next. All right, we also need to choose the appropriate learning and technology approaches. So I have mentioned earlier, flipped learning, self-managed learning, especially in online learning or online courses and ODL programs or ODL courses. Problem-based learning, which is good to have as much as possible. We try to make it real world. Same thing, project-based learning. Give them projects that reflect real world problems, and also work-based learning, which is getting to be popular in some universities in Malaysia, which is they attach maybe to a company ataupun a company that will hire them later, but they will be learning about the things that they will need to know about. Yeah, as soon as they go into the company, they are ready. Yeah, for that particular company. So that's work-based learning. Okay, next slide. Okay, effective and efficient learning technologies. Okay. All right, so we choose our pedagogy and then we decide on the technology that is suitable. So these days, almost every university has a learning management system, yeah, the LMS. I know that some of the lecturers are also using social media tools or platforms. They use WhatsApp, they use Telegram, they could be use Canva or what you call this, free pick, yeah, for the graphics and all. And some of them are very good in creating YouTube videos and uploading them uploading them onto YouTube, yes, that students can access and maybe even merge into the LMS. And of course, something like ePortfolio, if you want to have students, what you call this, keep all the materials that they have produced as part of the course, so that it can become a portfolio, yeah, that they can provide to the lecturers to show what they have learned, yeah. All right, next slide. Okay, success factors. Of course, we cannot be successful if we do not know what the success factors are. Next slide. So this is based on my experience again. I have conceptualized the Omar model, because education is about people. It's about lecturers teaching students. It's about students learning from lecturers. It's about administrative support. Yeah. But more important thing, let me just address the teachers, because it starts with the teacher. We have to have an open mind. Yeah. We have to be open. Yeah. About new things, about new technologies that we can adopt or we can adapt, about new learning approaches. For example, flipped learning was never heard of until about maybe 10 years ago. Yeah, flipped classroom, flipped learning. Same thing with blended learning. People heard about it maybe 18 years ago, but it's only now that they are open, that they are actually blending their approaches, yeah, to delivering a course. So that openness is important. Once we are open, we will have the right mindset to do a good job, yeah, in designing our courses, in delivering our courses, in considering the students' perspective, yeah, where they are weak, what they are weak in, also the attitude of the students. So we have to have all this, what you call this, the right mindset to be able to support our students. And then, of course, we can be adaptive, especially with technology and especially with the learning approaches that, keep coming up, yeah, every now and then. When we have all these three, then our level of readiness will be very high, yeah. We will be ready for anything, yeah, to design, to implement, to monitor, and to ensure that we produce the learning, yeah, and we have the evidence to show that the students have learned. Next slide. Okay, this is a learning ecosystem that I put together maybe about 2 years ago. It's now the readiness is not only about the lecturers being ready, but the institution has to be ready as well. So we talk about infrastructure. So computer network, internet must be on campus, yeah, adequate. It can support everyone, both teachers and students. We talk about infrastructure. So we have the LMS, for example, or the VLE, or the necessary software that we need, or the social media platforms that we need. I know until today, lecturers are telling me that when they want to use, for example, Canva or Freepik, they said they have to pay themselves, yeah, if they want to do more. Otherwise, they resort to free subscription, but they can't do much. So something like that, I think the institution has to be prepared to support all lecturers if they want all lecturers to adopt technology-based learning or e-learning. And of course, the infrastructure includes preparation of online content. We could be curating, we could be using other people's YouTube videos, but we should also have our own, yeah? So then if we can use a combination, that would be the best. The other thing is info culture. Info culture is about people, that means the lecturers, the students, and then the enablers would be, for example, administrators, who provide the resources, yeah, who enable e-learning to happen. And of course, the right sort of policies. It could be policies relating to supply of hotspots, yeah, in various parts of the campus. It could be policy about the use of the compulsory use of LMS, yeah, everybody has to use it, yeah, things like that. Okay, number 2 is about having competent talents and facilities. Yeah, the facilities include research facilities, and then includes, for example, analytics. Yeah, with the LMS, we have analytics built in, and then maybe even futures labs so that we can experiment, we can do research on what's possible in the future using various technologies. So we design, for example, new ways of teaching or new types of media using new software, using new platforms, yeah, maybe a futures lab, yeah, for experimentation. And then, of course, you'll find that later that I will say something about the role of lecturers, but I think each faculty or each school, or if not, if it's a big university, a very big multimedia facilities, yeah, in the form of studio or lab, should be available so that lecturers can go in there to develop media, yeah, and together with educational technology experts, who could be the learning designers, instructional designers, and so on. Okay. To have competent talents, everybody needs to have continuing professional development. Without this, because not everybody can learn on their own, most people will depend on training, in-house training or outsourced training that they go through. And fortunately, these days we have webinars. All right. Then we talk about learning designers. Yeah. Again, I mentioned earlier, yeah, we could have all these design and production facilities. We should equip them with learning designers who could help some of the lecturers, yeah, or who could be preparing templates and so on. And the other thing is to have future ready courses They are, and of course, if these courses can be well designed, not only well designed, but have learning analytics, so that we know whether the students are managing or whether they're going to be left behind. So we have, basically our courses are in the form of our academic, as part of our academic programs. We also may have MOOCs, micro credentials, and lifelong learning courses. Okay, I'm trying to hurry up. Okay, next slide, please. I've got about 6 more slides. All right, something that I conceptualized also about, I thought it was, maybe early last year. Okay, learning design framework. Okay, OBE is very important in Malaysia. We have constructive alignment. You see the 3 circles there. And there are models and frameworks, models and approaches that we can adopt or adapt, to what you call this, produce a pedagogically oriented environment. And that's why the pedagogy is first, the inner circle. And after that, the technology environment, where we can consider the learning platforms or portals, the learning resources, the social media, and the outer circle is about student motivation and student success. We must know what motivates our students. We must know what will motivate them to learn, and also most important is about student success, that they will graduate. They will graduate with good grades. They will graduate to become 21st century worker, to become employees, immediately employable, let's say 4 to 6 months, that's student success. And I put on the sides, left and right, student engagement and learning experience. So that is what we have to create. We have to achieve student engagement, because student engagement leads to student success. And of course, the learning experience is what enables students. That learning experience must be an engaging one for the students. Okay, next slide. Okay, student engagement. Student engagement is not just about engaging students, about having them answer questions. No. Student engagement is deeper than that. If you were to Google, and I Googled it this morning, there are 533 million results if you were to Google student engagement research. That's quite specific, Student engagement research. 500, no, it's not million. Is it billion? It's billion, 533 billion results. All right, so, and if you see there, one of the articles there, improving student engagement, cited by 1,000 over people, Student engagement literature review, cited by 1,782 articles. So it is something significant. There are books if you want to get started on student engagement. Okay, next slide. Okay, we have one model, and this is the model, the observable engagement and the internal engagement, something that maybe if you are thinking of a PhD, what you call this, research, maybe you want to get into this. This is just a suggestion. Next. These are all not new, they're all there already. I'm just helping to put things together. Okay, summary. We talk about e-learning. E-learning was maybe 20 years old, 20 years old, maybe even more. But it will still continue. There'll be more e-learning. Okay, if e-learning includes online learning, online courses, that's all e-learning. Okay, we'll see more and more of it. It's not going to go away. It's going to go stronger. And we must always remember, whatever we do, when we design our courses, when we teach, we need to produce the learning, produce the learning among our students. And then I have proposed the OMA model for us, for that readiness level, and then the learning ecosystem, where we had those 3 components. And then I had also suggested a learning design framework. Then the appropriate pedagogies are very important for us to consider. It's not just doing anything for the sake of doing it, but it is about really thinking what the issues are and choosing the right pedagogy, and then choosing the right learning technology to execute or to deliver our content or our learning outcomes. And then, of course, student engagement is very important, because without student engagement, there will be no student success. And of course, always think pedagogy first, technology second. Okay, next. I think this is my final slide. Okay. Our previous keynote speaker had also mentioned this in passing. Lecturers, many more of them now, actually are course designers and facilitators of learning. They have started to become this. When they teach online, they are sort of course designer, but whether they're effective or efficient, that's the question. And then they are also facilitators of learning. Some of them, I still see a lot of lecturers becoming, I mean, what you call this? Reading from the slides. That's not facilitating. That's reading from the slides, and the students just become, what you call this? Absorbers of information. And that's not good. We need to work towards being facilitators of learning. But that's the next change. Our lecturers will become course designers, whether they like it or not. It's just whether they will become good. Yeah. And also they need to be facilitators of learning, especially in the ODL environment, especially in the online environment. And maybe that is something that they have to actually learn about. All right. Next, I think that's about it. Yeah. Next slide. Thank you very much. Terima kasih. You know, this is a picture of a violinist. A lecturer is like the musician. He puts notes together. You know, if you're playing the violin, you need to know how to play it well. So as an educator, we need to be able to put the various elements of instruction together in a nice way so that it produces, like the violins, good music, but in our case, good teaching. All right, thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, Professor Rini, for the presentation. It's a very open perspective for all of us this today participation. Okay, the interesting is how fast the world change. The world is moves so rapidly. The highest e-learning adoption rates, it's India, China, Malaysia, because Malaysia is start earlier, about 10 years earlier. Yeah. Okay, the little conclusion from the presentation is a benefit of learning, increase knowledge retention, increase productivity, and boost employee engagement. Which one is more important, pedagogy or technology? We can take a conclusion here. Pedagogy is still the most important things to do, because it's about how we teach, and we know our student are. We can choose the best thing how to deliver our material to our student. Almost every university have effective and efficient learning technologies such as LMS, social media tools, or such as YouTube and others. And the interesting is the success factor, the OMER model. We have to more open to our students because they learn from us as a lecturer, and we have to have an open mindset so we can make the output, which is a student success, and we have to adapt it about technology and readiness. We have to be ready for every change. One of learning design framework is student motivation. We have to know that things can motivate them because they will become the 21st century employee. And the most important from this presentation is the highlight is pedagogy first and technology is second. Okay, thank you, Professor, for the presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, now we'll move to question and answer session. I'd like to have 3 questions from the participant, please. You can raise your hand.
Benny, please. Benny, please.
Oh ya, makasih Prof. Silakan.
Okay, that's interesting presentation, Dr. Zoraini. My question about there are many things, right? Technology in learning and instruction. And my question is, in educational technology perspective, how you implement this technology and in learning and instruction in educational technology perspective, because we talk about educational technology, right?
Yeah, okay. All right. Thank you, Prof. Benny. Okay. In educational technology, we have instructional design models. Yeah, instructional design models. And so, for example, let me just choose the generic model, Assure, ASSURE. So basically, it's about analyzing the situation. So analyzing our students, analyzing what we need to teach, the content, analyzing the time that we have, analyzing a few factors, yeah. And then after that, okay, that's analyzing. And then you have, you know what, it's been a while since I was teaching. And then the S, oh dear. Okay. Now I can't remember now what's the other one. The R is okay. Okay, or let me just go on to something that I'm more familiar with, and a lot more people are familiar with, the ADDIE model. Yeah. So you analyze the same thing, and then you will design. Yeah. You will design the learning environment or the learning events. Yeah, in your class, and then you will develop. Okay. So, for example, if you want to design an online course, all right, there will be several elements. So then the development, okay, you will incorporate those elements. It could be developing videos, it could be developing use of social media, it could be small things like using Kahoot or using Mentimeter or what's the other one? Polls Everywhere, and all that. So those are the things that you use, yeah, as technology tools to enable quizzes, to enable opinions, yeah, to get opinions from the students before we start. So again, we must choose those tools. I mean, you think about what activity you want to do and then choose the right tools, yeah, to do your quizzes and so on. And after that, you implement, yeah, ADDIE. So then you implement. When you implement, it is doing it with your students, implementing it with your students, and you see whether they like it or not, whether they enjoyed it, whether it was effective, and whether it was efficient. You know, did it take too long, or was it good? You know, just nice, yeah. So that you want to get them to start paying attention, yeah, to the topic that you want that you are going to teach. You could use some of these polls, for example, to understand where they are, and after that you can start talking about what you're going to teach, yeah, based on that. So that's implementing, and implementing also includes other things like major learning activities, maybe even the assignments, maybe exams that you want to create. Yeah, it could be multiple choice. I mean, there's so many things. And then of course you will evaluate what you have done. Yeah. So the evaluation is, you know, at the end of the course, you may ask your students opinions about what they enjoyed the most, or maybe you can see based on their results what you did, you know, how well you did, yeah, in terms of producing the learning and how well they've done. So basically that's in short. So educational technology, I mean, this is one model that we are using, the ADDIE model, and I just described the use or application of the ADDIE model. Just a very quick one. Thank you. Okay, Pak Benny, is that all right?
That's good.
Yeah.
Thank you, Prof. And we have a question in the chat box. Allow me to read for you.
Yeah.
Thank you for such a mesmerizing material, Prof. Zuraini. I just want to confirm, when you mentioned the success factor with the OMAR model, openness, mindset, readiness, and adaptive, is it the basic prerequisite of students to be able to success in a learning setting? What can we do when the students not have those factors yet?
When I mentioned this OMA model, it is more about us as educators. We start with us first, and when we have already got all the practices, yeah, all the elements in the OMA model within us, we will be able to model it in front of the students. And then after that, because we know about it, we also have our students go to the same process. I mean, encourage them to be open, encourage them to have the right mindset, because today's world is a challenging one. You know, it's a global world. Try to become global citizens, because it means that, you know, they could be at home, working from home, but they could be working for an international company in Europe or in America and so on. Yeah, because I know some young students, some young graduates in Malaysia who have done that. They stay at home, but of course they are on European time. You know, so sometimes early morning they don't do very much, but you know, by the time it's lunchtime, they're very busy communicating with the offices in Europe. Yeah, that's one example. So the OMA model starts with us as educators, and then we transfer it to the students. We help them go through that process as well. All right. Okay, if those students are not yet, no, it's not something that they will just, that it will just happen. We have to play our role, yeah, in shaping our students so that they are ready for the new ways of learning and so on. Okay, there's another question I
Another
see.
question, yeah, in the chat.
How can a remote area achieve a successful learning ecosystem if the learning facilities are very lacking? Okay. All right. E-learning requires basic infrastructure and infrastructure, as well as competent educators. As well, the right kind of course, a course you can deliver without learning without e-learning or not. But basically, if we want to succeed in e-learning, we need that. We've seen COVID, yeah. Some students do not have devices. They do not have a notebook. Some families with many children, they share either one notebook or even worse, one mobile phone. We know it's not going to work. Data plan, maybe they cannot afford. So if that is the case, then we have to think other ways, yeah? Not e-learning full scale, but maybe a mix. So, it used to be when we can send CD-ROMs, yeah? Or we can, if we have learning centers, for example, UTE, they can come to the learning centers, yeah, to get the materials online. We just have to think of how to do that. But success factors, if you want to have e-learning work, those are the things that I mentioned: the infrastructure, the competent professionals, so that you have this info culture, and and the rest. Yeah. Okay.
Another
Okay,
question.
I'm reading my own questions here. What forms of assessment can be carried out? Okay, what assessments? All right. Okay, assessments depend on what the learning outcomes are. Okay, outcome-based education, what are your learning outcomes? What are the students supposed to be able to do? What is the evidence? Because, we have audits, right? BAN is in Indonesia, we have MQA in Malaysia. Jadi, when they come and visit to audit our programs, the success of our programs, we must have those evidence, yeah? We have our course learning outcomes specified, we have specified the learning content, we have specified the learning activities. So then what is the evidence to show that the students have learned, that we have done our job, yeah? So what forms of assessment depends on the learning outcome. It could be a simple quiz just to, part of formative assessment, just to test how much they know, so that we can give them their feedback, or it's feedback to us as to whether they are learning or not understanding, and so on. We could have tests, we could have exams, but nowadays, very popular in Malaysia now is the shift towards assignments, because we believe that students prefer assignments, not so much exams. And that's why during exams, we do have issues in Malaysia. Students are copying. And why they are copying is easy, because the questions are very direct questions. It's not complex. It's not requiring problems to be solved. It's not giving them scenarios and you answering. So each student should have a different set of answers, yeah? Not direct questions or rote learning, yeah, based on rote learning. So, assessment, we can talk about it a lot in another sitting. But it's interesting that you asked, because some lecturers are actually running out of ideas as to what they can do in terms of assessment. Okay, the other one is regulations regarding online learning in Malaysia. Regulations. Okay, we don't have regulations. We do have some policies. We do have guidelines, and the guidelines are available online. We have guidelines for MOOCs. We have guidelines for micro-credentials. We have policies. For example, 30% e-learning must happen in the public universities. And this was, I think, about 10 years ago. E-learning must be 30% of any courses, yeah, in the public university. So things like that we have, yeah. No strict regulations like if you don't implement, you get punished, and nothing like that. But we have guidelines, we have recommendations, we have policies. All right, another question. What are the main challenges for using learning technologies in the future? Okay, challenges. I think, first ourselves, whether we are ready to learn about the technology and whether we can think about what to do with the technology so that we deliver our content, our, how to achieve the learning outcomes, efficiently and effectively. We don't want to take too long to do things. We want to be able to do something well. It is efficient, cepat, as well as effective, berkesan. So that to me is the basic thing. If lectures, physical lectures take too long, 1 hour, but if you can shorten it to a video lecture to like 4 minutes, that's better. And that's what students prefer. They don't want to sit in front of a lecturer for 1 hour and come up with something that they could have watched on a video for just 4 minutes. Yeah, that is my answer to that. And then what are the solutions to overcome? Oh, the solutions to overcome. That's why I had the OMA model, because it starts with us, the educator. We are quite slow in changing if we compare ourselves to our friends in the corporate sector. Yeah, and it is a statement that we hear a lot of times. Education is the slowest to change. We have Uber, we have Gojek, we have Grab here, in Malaysia a lot, and then we have Grab Food, we have payment online, but education is a little bit slow. And that's a statement not from me, it's a statement that I read many times, So let us become the better educator that we should, for our students, for the nation, for the society, for the nation. That's my philosophy. Okay, I think no more questions,
Yeah, thank you, Prof. This is the last question. And I would like to thank to keynote speech for the informative and interesting presentation. The committee of the first ISCET wants to give a certificate of appreciation for Prof. Zuraini Watiabas, please.
Thank you. You're a good student.
Yeah.
You have repeated what I have mentioned. It was good.
I agree with you that the teacher is like a musician, right?
Yes, thank you so much. Yeah, thank you for
Use
agreeing.
the best rhythm to make a better song, right?
Ya, dia musiknya harus bagus kan, tidak pincang ya. So the same thing with our teaching, we have to make it as perfect as possible. It's not easy because we have so many types of students, and so many approaches that we can adopt.
In my opinion, analyze, design, and develop first, then evaluate the technology to make it better.
Yes. Thank you so much.
Thank you once again
you for the certificate.
Watiabas, PhD, for the presentation. Before we end this first session, we have a photo session together. Please open your camera to all participants. Could you slide there? Second slide, please. Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Prof. Zuraini Watiabas, for the presentation today. And of course, for all audience, thank you very much for being a wonderful participant and makes this session more interactive. Hopefully to see you again real soon. Thank you very much. And we'll end this first session for coffee break. And I return to Master of Ceremony, Ms. Ubay, please. Thank you once again.
Thank you, Ms. Yani. Thank you, Prof. Zuraini, for the time. Thank you, Ms. Yani, for bringing us to a very productive session today. Before we go to the third next speech, I'd like to announce some information for the paper presenters and participants. For the presenters and the participants, after this main session, we will divide the paper presentation into 3 rooms. The list of presenters and Zoom link will be uploaded in the Zoom chat box. So please be advised to check the presentation room and schedule. Thank you. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, before we continue the plenary session, let's enjoy the following entertainment. Please, operator, you can play the video. We will back at 10:05 for the next keynote speech. Thank you.
Entering the gate of knowledge through Universitas Negeri Jakarta, you will experience a unique atmosphere where multicultural perspectives meet in academic practices. Located in the heart of the capital city of Indonesia, Universitas Negeri Jakarta concerned with the environmental issues to promote urban and green campus. As one of the best public universities in Indonesia, Universitas Negeri Jakarta offers you with world-class programs enriched by the touch of local wisdom and supported with high technology facilities and disability accesses. Universitas Negeri Jakarta has played an important role in developing education, science, art, technology, and sport since 1964. Universitas Negeri Jakarta serves students of diploma, undergraduate, and postgraduate programs. They are deployed in 8 faculties and 1 postgraduate program. Teaching and learning activities are delivered in joyful atmosphere and meaningful interaction to promote student-centered and autonomous learning. For that purpose, Universitas Negeri Jakarta develop laboratory schools where various educational innovations are tried and tested to get best practices. In the sphere of sports sciences, modern sports stadium has been built, equipped with modern and high-tech sport facilities. To achieve Universitas Negeri Jakarta vision to go global, various international program has been conducted comprising such as student mobility program, lecturers exchange program, and various international seminars. In line with this, Universitas Negeri Jakarta keeps on developing both international program and infrastructure facilities to achieve Universitas Negeri Jakarta vision to be reputable university in Asia.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, now we have to come to our third keynote speech. Please allow me to introduce our second moderator, Ms. Afia Destimianti, MED. Ms. Afia Destimianti, MED was born in Jakarta on December 26, 1981. She is the co-founder and director of Beneran Indonesia, a non-profit organization that teaches character and civic education to youth. She is currently a doctoral student at the Educational Technology Department at the State University of Jakarta. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome our moderator, Ms. Afia Destimian, PMED.
For ISCET 2000, I hope you have had guys for the upcoming session. My name is. I am very pleased the moderator of the session will begin with already have in the like to welcome. How are you, Prof?
Yeah, hi, very good morning.
Good morning. Wonderful. I would like to first read a short bio of Prof. Lim. Prof. Chair Ping, Director of A of Publication, Quality Online Learning, Lankan Higher Education beyond this. Localization, custom, better in Prof. Lim. I'd like to ask the a video file of Without further ado, I would like to invite Prof. Lim to deliver his presentation. Prof. Lim, the floor is yours.
Right. Thank you very much. Terima kasih and selamat pagi to all. I would be sharing my screen. Right now. We just go. You should be able to see my screen now. It's good. Hi.
Good, Prof.
Right. Thank you so much. Right. First, just want to thank you for inviting me for this first international seminar that you had. It is quite unfortunate that we still can't really travel to Indonesia now because there's still some so-called borders restriction in Hong Kong when we return, right? But soon, I think in the next few weeks or so, we just might be able to travel without much restrictions again, right? So I am from the Education University of Hong Kong, right? So it is based in the northern part of Hong Kong, quite near to the mainland Chinese border itself. What I would be talking through with you would be about online teaching and learning, more in the context of higher education and also informal education, right? And trying to talk through with you how when we are looking at online teaching and learning, and as we are scaling up that teaching and learning, right? How there may be some compromises with respect to equity and efficiency, right? And how we could start thinking about the scaling up for inclusion with localization, right? So that is what I'm going to be like talking through. Right. I would probably start with like this slide here. When we look at the education, because I would presume that the majority of the participants, you should be either um the lecturers, right? So the docent or the mahadocent of the pendidikan, right? Or you might be postgraduate students, right? So I would be looking at the education sector itself. And the thing is, in the education sector, uh, I think when we engage in education research, right, we always focus on the quality of it, right? So, like, how do you ensure student learning engagement? And with better student learning engagement, how do you ensure that you are able to achieve the expected learning outcomes, right? Of the school curriculum or the national curriculum itself, right? But I think is as we are talking about quality, right, we need to keep in mind that equity is quite an important issue as well, right? That we want to ensure that the education system, right, the university system, right, or the school system is able to ensure the equity, right? So it would be that quality education for all rather than just quality education, like rather than just education for all, which is more of the MDGs rather than the SDGs, right? And the thing is, as we are trying to ensure equity itself, there's always issues of efficiency. Uh, Efficiency can be looked into as both internal and external. So internal efficiency is a lot about cost effectiveness, right? How could we scale up the quality to be inclusive without compromising too much on the cost, right? Given that the financial cost and the resource cost is always quite an issue. But at the same time, external efficiency would mean that how are we able to bring students through the system and be able to serve as global citizens, to be able to serve as citizens of Indonesia, to be able to uh, be productive and in demand in the workforce, right? So these are the three key issues that we constantly face in the education sector, right? So which is very much what my talk is going to be about, right? To discuss online teaching and learning, how it could be designed for scale, right? But has to be localized for inclusion to be able to address that equity, quality, and efficiency tension, right? And by doing so, then we are more likely to be able to achieve sustainable development goal 4, right, which is very much about inclusive and equitable quality higher education and lifelong learning opportunity. Right. So this would be what I would be like focusing on online teaching and learning, how we could design for scale, how should we be localizing for inclusion, and how then could we be able to address that tension of equity, quality, and efficiency. I think the tension of equity, quality, and efficiency is quite often best seen during the pandemic. I mean, it is not so-called a new issue, but I think the pandemic have actually widened the gap, right? And the pandemic have also highlighted the gap, right? And the pandemic have also provided catalysts for governments, right, and education institutions to try to address those gaps in terms of equity, quality, and efficiency. Right. We know a lot about the pandemic, right? It is a health crisis that lead to a lot of social distancing type of the rules and regulations that have been passed down, right? But I think is like what we are really focusing on in this particular presentation is the impact of the pandemic of being a learning crisis, right? How the closure of schools and universities actually lead to um, issues, especially with respect to equity. So quite often, school systems and education systems, in the first place, they do not have that capacity to provide quality online teaching and learning, right? But even if they have the capacity to do that, right, um, with the technologies as well as with competent teachers, right? They may not be able to reach out to all students with that quality online teaching and learning, right? So when you look at say in Indonesia itself, right? Once we start to move towards the more remote and rural areas, right? Just like for example, like the Wamena, right? In um like the Papua, right? Where it's in the highlands where internet connection is not stable, where they may not have broadband technologies, where they are relying on data, right? Then there would be a group of students that would always be denied the access, right, to the quality online teaching and learning, right? It's not just students from the remote and rural areas. Mean, say even if we look at Jakarta itself, right? Those students who might be from a lower socioeconomic group, they may not have access to broadband technologies, right? They may not have access to the smart devices where they could access the online teaching and learning, right? And of course, there are always issues of gender, right? And there are always issues of students with special needs, right? Like how are those students with special needs that do not have the support at home, but have the support from school, be able to learn online when they are at home, right? So one whole range of issues that actually compromise the equity. And actually at its peak back then, it's like we might think that that is quite a long time back, it's like more than 2.5 years back, right? But at that time, if we look at it worldwide, due to the school closure and disruption, this learning crisis is actually impacting more than 1.3 billion learners all around the world, right? And if we look at Indonesia being the largest ASEAN country, right? If we look at the ASEAN itself, right? We could actually see quite a substantial number of students being impacted, right? From SD right to SMR right to Universitas, right? So the whole range of the students who are being affected by like not just the quality but like mainly the equity part. Right, so the impacts on equity, quality, and efficiency, right? It's quite often, as I said, due to the access to infrastructure devices, right? At the same time, quite often there is a lack of the availability of online learning resources that are of quality that is able to cater to a large group of students, right? So especially the groups of students with special learning needs, right? There may even be issues that at times girls in rural areas they might be expected by their parents to actually engage in household chores, babysitting, right, when they are at home, and therefore depriving them from actually like learning when their class is online. First, there's always the issue of the quality of online teaching and learning, because quite often teachers, not just in Indonesia, but basically all around the world, right? When they are undergoing pre-service teacher training or even in-service teacher training, there's not much exposure to how do you design and develop quality online teaching, right? Though for a city like Hong Kong, you expect that we do not have problems in terms of the capacity of university teachers, right? But I've got to like really confess to you that in the first 3 months of the pandemic, when university was closed, right, we really spent a lot of time and resources providing professional development for our university like teachers. And the thing is, for the first 3 months, the focus is a lot on just how do we use the technologies? Like how do we use Zoom? How do you conduct a class through Zoom? How do you share your slides when you're presenting on Zoom, etc., etc. Right? How do you have breakout rooms? How do you get students to be more engaged in the space? Right? And of course, it's not just the teachers that are the issues, that there's the students as well, right? How do you provide students with the learning support? Because quite often when the students are learning like face to face, we as teachers sometimes we do the monitoring and the managing of the learning, right? But when students are learning online, how do you ensure that they are able to manage their own learning, right? Because online learning actually provides a lot of the alternative. Of course, the modes of assessment have changed. How to move paper and pen to digital, or should you be thinking about changing the modes of assessment, right? More formative assessment as compared to summative assessment. And of course, the relevance of the curriculum, right, which is actually an efficiency issue. If we just look at Indonesia itself, we could see that there are some industries that have very much fallen apart, especially those in the tourism industry, right? Those who are tourism related, like pilots, etc., cabin crew, right? So as there are changing demands in the emerging industries, right? How do we develop a curriculum that is able to meet up to the future shape of the workforce post-pandemic? Right. So now when we are looking at the online teaching and learning and the scaling up of that online teaching and learning, right? I'm quite sure you would be quite familiar with the learning at scale, right? How by providing online teaching and learning resources, right, that are accessible and open, right, that you are attempting to address the issue of equity, right? So there is that assumption that if you are able to design quality online teaching and made it like actually make it available to as many students and to as many learners as possible, right? That it is able to address the issue of equity, right? So when we are looking at learning at scale, I think quite a lot of the focus is about how do we design quality online and the online teaching and learning for scale, right? So you have got like the massive open online courses, MOOCs, right? That is accessible via the internet. You might have intelligent tutoring system, which have an AI component that may be a standalone without internet connection, right? Or with internet connection, right? You have the open educational resources, right? And of course, there is blended learning as well, whereby it may be possible that you are able to get your students to listen to top university lecturers from Indonesia, right, from all over Indonesia, right, in a online mode, and eventually getting students to do a discussion in your classroom in a face-to-face mode. Right, so it is possible to think through how do we design quality online teaching and learning, right? And how do we design that for scale? And we are able to see a lot of such examples from all over the world, right? From the US to China to India to Indonesia, right? Right through to Australia and New Zealand as well, right? Uh, how could we create courses that actually is able to ensure that students are engaged and students are actually working through the videos to be able to complete the tasks, right, that are provided for them in the massive open online, right? One great one great example is the Swayam, right? That is actually a MOOC that is being developed, or a MOOC platform that is being developed in India way back then in 2017, right? A collaboration between the Ministry of Human Resource Development, right, which is part of the government of India, right, together with top universities in India, right, to provide the courses that are developed by top professors in India and to be made available to the youths in India itself, right? And that is actually accessible by both web-based as well as mobile-based, right? And as they are designing this, I think quite a lot of thought go into how could we ensure the quality of the content? How could we ensure the quality of the online teaching and learning activities to be able to engage the students who are going through this, right? So uh, from looking at students learning, now I just want to look at teachers learning itself, right? Right, and how when we design for scale, right, at times there are certain issues that we need to think about if we want to achieve equity, right? So this is an example from Indonesia, no, from the India, right, whereby teachers are expected to go through a massive open online course, right? For those who do not have access, they would be coming together in a space and working through the course together, and eventually teachers would be forming a professional learning community itself to really engage in the learning as they are working through the course. But a lot of the learning actually happen independently, right? This is actually another example also from India. The big difference is that the teachers are expected to apply what they have learned in their classroom, right, and get together as a professional learning community, right, to share what they have learned and what they have. There are examples of this as well in Indonesia. In one of the big program that is run by the Putra Sampurna Foundation, right? It's called the Teacher Learning Center. It is run, I think, across about 10 kabupatans, right, in Indonesia, right, whereby teachers learn online, right, or they learn face to face, they apply in the classroom, and eventually they come together as a professional learning community, right, to share what they have learned. Like perhaps like the best example of a professional learning community is that in the case of the Philippines, right, where they were trying to reach out to 320,000 early childhood education teachers, right, they actually got teachers to work through independently on the course itself. Just that in this case, the course was administered through through a CD-ROM, right? So it is actually a standalone, not internet enabled, right? But the key thing is the teachers were then expected to apply, and then eventually they're supposed to come together as a professional learning community, right, in order to be able to apply them, right? So the reason of me sharing with you these examples is that when we actually take a look at the three examples, the teachers are always expected to learn from a very generic course, right? A course that is being created for teachers as learners from all over the country, right? But the thing is, that course may not be that relevant to the teachers sometimes, right? Because it may not be as applicable. Let's say a teacher from Manila may identify with the course better than a teacher from Davao City or from Baguio, right? Right. So, which means that it is quite important that the learning experience is able to be localized and make meaningful, right? By them being engaged in a professional learning community, right? Like what you have in what we call here the learning action cell, right? So the focus here is that as we are designing for scale, as we are thinking through how do we ensure scaling for quality, that we need to really place a lot of emphasis on the inclusion part, right? How do we localize for inclusion, right? So sources, even if teachers have, or even if students have access to the resources may not be relevant to them unless you're able to localize the resources for them to be able to be meaningful, right? So localization is not just making the resources available, let's say, in Bahasa Indonesia from English, right? It is able to make that material as relevant as possible to the context in which the students are operating in, right? So if you are going to, let's say, have a course, right, that is being developed for SMR students, right? You would expect that there may be localization that needs to be done, right? If the same resources that is used in Jakarta, right, are going to be used by, let's say, students who are in a smaller town, right, in Papua, right, or in East Kalimantan, right? That is the need for that localization, right? And that localization also means that how do we tap upon digital technologies in such a way and be aware of the accessibility of the students, right? If you are operating in, let's say, a university or a school, or let's say an area whereby you know that most of your students do not have access to devices and internet, right? How could you provide that access in schools, right? So that students could actually go into like the school after school to access some of that like material, or to actually work with internet cafes, right? Like within the city or within the town, right? To ensure that students have that access, right? So that access is really important as well, and it's also part of that localization, the effort. So it does not mean that as long as you've got a quality course, right? That you are able to ensure that everybody is able to access that. So there need to be some localization when it comes to like thinking about the implementation, right? And of course, the whole notion of the sustainability, right? Like how do we ensure that we are able to sustain such a course? How could we be able to ensure that we are able to sustain what we are doing? So I think the whole notion of partnerships are quite important, right? How do we work with different partners, industry partners, university partners, government partners, in such a way that we are able to actually ensure that when we are implementing quality online teaching and learning, that it is something which is sustainable. And how could we make constant improvement towards the equity? Because one of the greatest challenges as we come out of the pandemic is that the gap between the have and have nots have actually become wider and wider rather than narrower. So how could we address that as we are moving towards more digital teaching and learning? Right, so I would end my presentation here to take any questions or comments that you have. Right, and you're more than welcome to contact me over this particular email address.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, and I would hand it over back to the chair of this session.
Thank you so much for the insightful presentation, Prof. Lim. One interesting key point from your presentation is online teaching and learning could be designed for, but has to be localized for inclusion. And this is very relevant for the context of Indonesia. It has a very diverse population and disparity in access to online teaching and learning. This should be our questions for educators in Indonesia. How do we localize for inclusion? Now we have come to the question and answer session. I would like to invite the participants to open their mic or to raise their hands if they have any questions for Professor Lim, or also to write the question in the chat box below.
May I?
Yes.
Professor. Afia.
Yes,
I just want to say hello. Jeff, how are you?
Hey,
How is
hi,
Hong Kong?
hi.
Long time not to see. Yeah. Okay. It is very interesting when we talk about the inclusion, because we are struggling with the inclusive education even before pandemic COVID, of course, because we have to provide the student with the same equity, the same quality, not only for those for the student with disabilities, perhaps for those students who have no access, for the have and not the have of the student as well. And thank you very much. You provide us with the 3 model from India and as well as from Philippines, if I'm not mistaken. How can we integrate, or how can we blend all modes of teaching as well as all learning technologies to be appropriately used in the most appropriate way? Thank you very much, Pak Chep.
Thank you very much, Papa. Yeah, I like totally agree with you that as we move post-pandemic, I think the pandemic have highlighted to us a lot of key equity issues. It's not just something that is going on in Indonesia, right? Of course, as what like the Ibu Avia said, it's like the Indonesia is so diverse, right? It's like if you compare.
We are a huge country, archipelago, and so this is very, very, very insightful for us in the context of Indonesia, Pak Chep.
Yeah. So yes, it is not a new issue, but I
Yeah.
think it is becoming more and more like pertinent, and it's the issues that governments are actually trying to channel more resources into ensuring that equity gap is being addressed. Yeah. I think the MC has a question.
Yes. Okay. Ibu Ubay, please, if you have any question.
Thank you, Bu Afia. Professor Lim, thank you for the such a refreshment materials. I just want to know your opinion about you mentioned about before that digital technologies enable efficiency of scale and personalization, but need to be selected carefully. I just wondering nowadays we are enriched by the personalization technology, personalized learning environment, since each individual will have their own learning pace and path. And I'm sure there is the tendency of less interactions between students. Yeah, I just wondering, what is your opinion about this personalized learning environment? Is it appropriate with the community needs, the inclusion, the more localized online learning you mentioned before? Thank you, Prof. Lim.
Yeah, I mean, your like question is okay. I would say completely related to another question on the chat, right? About differentiated instruction in class, right? Think most of us in Asia, I think we always like struggle with uh quite a big classroom, right? A relatively like big classroom, and usually the class size can vary between 30 to 90, right? Like when you start going to the Philippines, you might even see a class of 120, and the students in that class is very diverse. Right. So we constantly think about, okay, how could we bring in emerging technologies so that we could provide more personalized learning, right? But of course, that is assuming that there is that access, right? There's that access to technologies, which is still quite an assumption in many of our schools, right? Especially in Southeast Asia and South Asia and in Central Asia, right? So yes, personalized learning, drawing upon big data, machine learning, and AI, right? Could definitely try to address some of that issue of differentiated learning, right? Whereby uh, the learning progression is more personalized, right? But of course, the technology's availability needs to be in place, right? So which means that it still goes back to how do we really deal with a classroom of diverse students if we do not have access to that technology, right? Then it would be really up to the teachers and how the teachers use the very limited resources that he or she has, right? And trying to be able to group students in such a way that you could be relying on peers rather than just the teachers. So it's quite a complex issue, right? Yes, we talk a lot about personalized e-learning, but how scalable it is, right? Especially to the more rural and remote area schools, there's always quite a big, yeah.
Okay, Professor Lim, thank you for your answer. I hope that satisfy your questions, Bu Ubay. We have several questions here on the chat. I think your previous answer has covered the question from Ibu Kusuma Dewi. So I'll go to the next question by Ibu Madehaya Putri. Thank you, Mr. Lim, for the presentation. I want to ask how to design online learning that support students to ensure the quality learning process?
Yeah, I think I would probably just share like the experiences of my observations. Uh, um, mean when I look at okay, I don't look at the K to 12 context, not the SDA to SMR context. Just look at the university context, and I would look up close and personal at my so-called my colleagues. Quite often when the colleagues start to go online teaching and right, especially when university starts to close and everything goes online. I think a lot of the focus of my colleagues, right, would be to really spend a lot of time understanding the technology, right? So it becomes trying to use the technologies to be able to replicate what they are already doing face to face, right? So how to do online lectures, how to do classroom discussions, right? So you are actually trying to move a lot of the face-to-face activities online, right? And seeing how online technologies is able uh, to replicate some of those activities that you are conducting face to face, right? But the thing is, what I realized that was during the semester when the pandemic first started. But for the next semester in the new academic year, I see more and more of my colleagues starting to rethink how they conduct a class, right? Right. So I see a lot of my colleagues actually they were more focused on trying to design tasks, the learning task to engage the students, to get the students to be working on the task, right? So at the end of each lesson, quite often students have got to complete a series of tasks, right? The tasks may include from MCQ quiz, right through to doing a reflective journal, right through to uh, like making a concept map of whatever they have gone through in the class, right? So like basically what I'm trying to say is that when you are trying to design for engagement in the online learning, right, you cannot be thinking face to face. You have got to be thinking about the online, right? Because what are the opportunities that is being provided online? Like students have the autonomy, but because students have the autonomy, which means that they have got the autonomy to either be turned on or turn off, right? They can completely switch off, right? So when they completely switch off, right, if there is no tangible products for them to show you about their learning, right? How do you make that how do you make their learning as visible as possible? Right? Which means that you need to think of ways. And the only way sometimes is to actually give them tangible tasks where they are supposed to be able to show you after the online lesson, right? It's not something that you would be grading them, but at least you want there to be some tangible products, right? And to really force, inverted commas, students, right, to be engaged in that online lessons, right? I think I would say that quite a lot of the focus as you move towards online teaching and learning is how to design meaningful tasks to engage the students, right? Such that they could actually showcase their learning.
Thank you, Professor Lim, for the last answer. Unfortunately, we don't have any more time to answer all of these great questions on the chat box. Perhaps if it's all right with you, we can send those questions to you, or we will process it within the committee first and select which questions perhaps that you are available to answer, Professor Lim.
Yeah, sure. Please, like just feel free to send me the question and like reply over the email if that is fine. Yeah, yeah,
Thank you
yeah.
so much
And
for that.
I think like the participants are like more than than me.
That's great. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, we have finally come to the end of the. I would end with a quote from the presentation. Sustainability of the learning program within the system is through continuous adaptation and improvement to move toward equity while striking the proper balance between quality and efficiency. I would like to thank Prof. Lim for the insightful. And as a token of appreciation, we have prepared a certificate of appreciation from Prof. Lim as a keynote speaker at the first ISCET 2020. Thank you,
All
Professor
right.
Lim.
Terima kasih.
And we
Terima kasih.
also, terima kasih, Prof. And we also like to end the session with a photo session. So I would like to respectfully ask all the audience to open their camera so we can have the documentation of the historical first ISET 2002. And would like to ask the operator to take pictures and perhaps give us signals when we have to smile to make our picture better. Many more slides. We have around 100, almost 150 participants here, but some time to take all of the pictures.
Thank you, Prof. Chep. I'd like to invite you to talk with the director of the Center of ICT for Education to talk about the insight of the three model you mentioned before.
Yeah, sure, sure, sure.
Yeah. I hope you still remember me.
Yes, 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 yes. Definitely. Yeah. So, you're welcome to just like drop me an email. Then after that, we could set up another Zoom like meeting.
Yeah, I still have your email. Okay, I
Yeah,
will email
yeah,
you. Thank you.
yeah, 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 yeah. By right, I was supposed to go to Jakarta next month, but then it's not possible. So I hope I can see you next year.
Okay, I arrange the meeting next month. Okay,
Yeah.
just let me know. I'll contact you through the email, Pak
All right.
Chep.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
It's very wonderful to expect for future collaboration based on our. So thank you again, Professor Lim, and for all the participants for the very active participation. And have a great rest of the session. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I would like to turn it over to the master.
Thank you, Prof. Lim. Thank you, Ms. Afia Destimianti, for bringing us to a very productive session. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, now is the time for the fourth and the fifth keynote speakers. Before we go to the next session, please allow me to introduce our third moderator. We have Mr. Janus Maurits STMN. Mr. Janus is a practitioner and a researcher that focus on training development and managing in occupational health and safety issue. Currently, he studies the doctoral program in educational of technology in the postgraduate programs at University of Jakarta. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our moderator, Mr. Janus Maurits STMN.
To Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Janus Maurits, and I will be moderating this. In this session, we will talk and discuss about facing the new technology and technology trend in learning and are we ready? Are we ready? Facing the new technology in learning and study. I think Professor Benny Pribadi is already with us. Hello, Professor Benny.
Okay.
How do you do, Prof?
How are you?
Fine,
Fine,
thank
good.
you. Before the session begin, I'm going to introduce you, Professor, to our participants. Professor Dr. Benny Agus Pribadi, MA. Date of birth, May 9th, 1961. Professor Benny is a lecturer at Open University, Indonesia. Background, Professor Benny got his master's degree in educational technology at Concordia University, Canada, and also got doctoral degree in educational technology from our university, State University of Jakarta. Professor Benny Pribadi got some training, such as sandwich like doctoral program in research methods, Ohio State University, Columbus, United States. Also visiting scholar Tami Tarat Open University, Bangkok, Thailand. Visiting scholar Open Learning Agency, Vancouver, Canada. And also participant in educational television workshop, Colombo, Sri Lanka. There are many books have written by Professor Benny, such as in Indonesia also, Model Design Sistem Pembelajaran, 2009, Model Azure untuk mendesain pembelajaran sukses, buku desain dan pengembangan program pelatihan, and IT. And also, there are many journal articles written by Professor Benny, such as relationship between the use of social media in distance and open learning by Faculty of Universitas Terbuka Indonesia, published by the Pakistan Journal of Education 2016. Practices in Instructional System Design for Open and Distance Learning Materials, published by Asian Journal of Distance Learning 2016. Is that correct, Professor Benny?
Yes.
And also a book chapter with title Concept Mapping and Academic Writing that will be published in Springer.
Already published.
Already published from Benny. Congratulations.
Sorry.
Published in Springer, the Association of Educational Communication and Technology, the ISCET. Also some others journal articles. Ladies and gentlemen, to start this session, let's take a look first at a short biography of Professor Benny Pribadi. Please, operator. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, moving along to our session, please welcome Professor Benny Pribadi, and also Professor Benny, you will have a total of 20 minutes for your presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Ladies and gentlemen, today I'm presenting about the facing new technology and trends in learning and instruction. So we ready about this, this is a relatively news that will be maybe will be used in the future of our education. As we know that we face very fast educational technology change, right? From we face next slide, please. Okay, the advancements of information and communication technology provides significant impacts on all aspects of human life, including learning and instruction. Okay, next. both teacher now, there is a characteristic of learning instruction in the information and communication technology era. First is we found many various learning materials that can be used in our life, right? Including the teaching and learning. And the role of teacher in this sense changed from knowledge distributor to learning facilitator. Then another impact of the or characteristic of the ICT era is there is no time and place for that limited our learning and instruction activities. So the activities of learning and instruction now become more flexible because of the change in technology and communication. Okay, next please. The advancement of information and technology must be integrated appropriately to provide meaningful learning experience. Both learning and instruction now must be able to facilitate students to get the required competencies. The activities of learning and instruction must be optimally develop learner capacity. This is the characteristic of educational technology beside the use of a system approach. So we have to care about our students' capacity and develop it optimally. Okay, this is the educational technology point of view, right? Okay, next. So there are many trends emerging in learning and instruction, right? This is about the distant. We talk this about distant learning, online learning, blended learning, MOOCs, mobile learning, augmented reality, and virtual reality, and also gamification. Yeah, we can talk one by one in this occasion, because this is very important. That will be used in our research in the coming time. Yeah. So let's talk about distant learning first. Yeah. The existence of distant learning is considered relatively new to learning and instruction. Indonesia have a distant learning university. First is 1984, Universitas Terbuka. Yeah. And then this system has been used globally to provide wider access for the society to improve educational qualification. So in global situation, the distant learning is used to open the wide access for those who have no chance to get the higher education. It is also happened in Indonesia. We reach our unreached society to get higher education qualification. Many countries in the world have conducted. Oh, sorry, we still the previous one, please. Many countries in the world have conducted distant education system to enhance quality of their human resources. This is little bit different with our country. We still work with the access for education, but in the developed countries, they try to increase the quality of human resources. Distant learning has made education accessible to large group of people. Then it is considered as a convenient way to obtain work experience while completing college or vocational training. So now the change in trend, student trends change now. Usually, people who enter the Universitas Terbuka is teacher. Now, the young people coming and learn study in Universitas Terbuka. So, due of technology and economic change, there is also different trends in the student who enter the open and distant learning. In this slide, I quote Berg and Simonson, who define distance learning as a form of education in which the main elements include there are characteristics of distance learning in this slide. There is physical separation between teacher and student during the instructional process, and the use of various technologies to facilitate student communication and teacher. And then the technology is used to facilitate student and student communication also. This is the characteristic of the distance learning, which is characterized by the physical separation between teacher and student during the instructional process. Okay, next. Now we also move to online learning. Online learning is another part of the distance learning, but using the information and communication technology most, yeah, like internet and digital tools. In online learning, we can conduct synchronous and asynchronous communication between student and teacher or instructor, between student and learning materials, and also between the student and student. The other characteristic that is very important in online learning, the content is developed the content is very rich because consists of text, image, video, etc. So in this case, the student learn multimodal communication. Okay, next. The potential benefits of online learning. Okay, first, increase access to education. The second, improve the quality of learning. Yeah, because we design first, then before delivering the content and the materials to our student. Then the online learning also will provide better preparation of students for a knowledge-based society, and then provide a chance to do lifelong learning opportunity. Okay, this is the potential benefit of online learning in our activities. Okay, next. There are determinant factors for designing online course. Yeah. The first is quality of instructor. The quality of instructor determine the quality of online course design. Yeah, because they have to design the content first before delivering the materials to student. And then the second factor of determinant is the course design. How we design the online learning so that it will be facilitate student to get the learning outcomes. And then the most important thing also is the given prompt feedback. Yeah. Immediate feedback is necessary for the student to learn materials from online learning. And the fourth one is about the student expectation. And in this matter is the student motivation to learn, yeah, to learn the content from the online learning. So this factor must be considered in designing and developing the online learning course. Okay, this is a research by Gopal, right? And then the next trend is about the blended learning. Blended learning is defined as also as a hybrid learning. Is an approach to education that combines online educational materials and opportunities for interaction online with traditional place-based classroom. So this is a combination of face-to-face activities in the traditional system and then online learning. So many universities in Indonesia now using blended learning system to deliver their content to their students. Yeah. So blended learning becoming more popular now to deliver the material for the students. Okay. Then the other technology trend is, we call it MOOCs. Yeah? MOOC is stand for Massive Open Online Course. MOOCs is also called distance learning course run online by many universities in the world. Many top universities in the world run MOOCs, like Harvard University, and then Princeton University offer MOOCs, but MOOCs not education program, but only one courses that is offered by the university and followed by the offering to the society in the world. Yeah. So we call it massive open online course. MOOCs are usually open to anyone who register and want to take one course from the university. One single course can be admitted by even thousands of students. Yeah. MOOCs is also called alternative mode of distance learning. Universitas Terbuka and Universitas Terbuka offer some MOOCs in their program, like for the program of communication. Yeah, we offer the MOOCs one course and then taken by many students. Okay, next. Characteristic of MOOCs. There are characteristics of MOOCs. The first is using web formats. So the university open web formats, and then the student enter the web to participate in the learning process that is offered by an institution who run MOOCs. Yeah. And then MOOCs usually collaborative learning, and there is also assessment of the learning achievement in the MOOCs, and usually use time limits to participate in MOOCs. So there are four main characteristics of the MOOCs. Okay, next. Why MOOCs? MOOCs is offer society or student to learn specific courses that is offered by the university, and then for the student who want to increase the professional qualification. So they only choose one program and then try to study the MOOCs and then improve their qualification. MOOCs provide certificate of achievement for those who participate until completed the course. And then this is called online learning of the distance learning. So MOOCs is very massive and using online as a way to deliver the content to massive students. Okay, next. Then the next trends in technology change in learning and instruction is mobile learning. Mobile learning is offering the way of assessing learning content through mobile devices. So now Universitas Terbuka try to use mobile learning to make the student have a wider access to the content or learning materials that is offered. Yeah. The MOOCs enabling users to access content whenever and wherever suits them. Yeah. Mobile learning is called also ubiquitous learning, because we can learn everywhere and every time to access our content to be studied to achieve our competencies. Right? We try now to design and develop mobile learning in our institution, and maybe we use a research and development first to create this mobile learning. Okay, next. Maybe the next change in technology that offers benefit for instruction and learning is artificial intelligence and augmented reality. So we make now we also try to study the augmented reality and to our students. Yeah, in this learning instruction mode, student not only reads watch video about the topic, but learn the concept in 3 dimensions with these tools or equipments. The use of virtual reality and augmented reality enables the student to explore the important concepts in a fun and comprehensive way. So the technology that I said before is also make the student engagement is increased. Yeah. So the research believe that the more increase the student, the more learning to occur, the more possibilities learning to occur. So in this media, we have to use the strategies to make the student involved in our learning materials. It is also happen in augmented reality and augmented reality and then virtual reality. Okay, next. Virtual reality differs a little bit with the artificial, with the virtual reality and augmented reality used to make students engage. So the goal of the using this media is to get students more engaged in learning, because it is believed that the more students engage in learning, that it will make the possibilities that learning happens. So we create our content we design and develop our content and then put in this media and then make the student learn and engage to achieve the competencies. Okay. Then maybe this is the last is gamification. Gamification is the application of game design elements and game presentation principles in non-game contexts. So we use the principle of game like giving feedback, offer rewards, give presentation, and so on to make the learning interesting and fun so that the student can engage optimally and to achieve learning outcomes. So now the gamification becoming trends to be integrated in our learning activities. Okay, this is the last now. Gamification of education is defined as a strategy for increasing engagement by combining game elements into an educational environment. So we use the principle of games like reward, learning goal, achievement, challenge, etc. Yeah, to make learning more fun and more comprehensive, so that the student can, by studying the program with gamification, student can achieve the competencies. Okay. Principle of gamification. Gamification presentation is about the story. Tell about the what we call this plot or scenario about the how to learn the content. Then the program also tell the student what should they do to achieve the competencies, and then giving reward after they achieve the what you call this, they achieve the high achievement. And then next is the gamification also should be aesthetic, so that make it interesting for student to learn. Yeah, and then make what we call surprise. Yeah, to get the reward or to get the punishment in the program, so that why game is always interesting to students, because of many game principle is incorporated inside, uh, even even the complex content can be make it fun and what we call can be make it fun and systematic and also comprehensive when we use the principle of gamification. Okay, this is the last. Next, please. How to deal with this learning and instruction? We face many trends in education and instruction to make students learn more and to achieve the competencies. But how to deal with, we have to study first. Study first means the read and study the technology that we can use to in our learning and instruction before we implement it. Right? First, by conducting a research and also reviewing the journal that studied about these trends, and then by studying the trends intensively, we can get the insight how to implement this in our learning and instruction. Then before we implement these trends and technology, we have also to know to consider the principle of instructional and educational technology, which implement the system approach. Is it appropriate? Is the technology appropriate in our educational system? And then we also have to consider our student. Can this technology develop our student capacity optimally, and so on? So I think this is my presentation. We have to be ready with our technology, with change, but before we implement it, we have to study first. Study what the technology gives the potential and also the weakness of the technology. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Benny, for that excellent presentation. Professor Benny, please allow me first to summarize your presentation. There are some potential benefits of using online learning: increased access, improved quality of learning, better preparation of students for knowledge-based society, lifelong learning opportunity, and but there are several determinant factors for designing online course, such as the quality of the instructor, course of design, from feedback, and expectation of students. And Professor Benny told us about MOOCs. MOOCs, or massive open online course, can bring knowledge to students who may not have access otherwise, and be of use to learners who cannot afford the cost of higher education. And Professor Benny told us that Open University have already tried this course. And mobile learning seeks to utilize the ubiquity and unique capabilities of mobile device, make course materials available to students wherever they are. And virtual reality, VR, and augmented reality, AR, is used to make students more engaged in learning. It is believed that the more students engage, the more learning occur. And the most important point from your presentation, to positively impact student learning, teachers must learn how to use instructional technology in meaningful ways. There are several ways that can be done. Some of it are The first are create engaging lessons that encourage critical thinking skills and use of content knowledge. Second, deliver instruction through virtual classrooms and online learning. The third, create opportunities for collaborative teaching and learning. Fourth, develop virtual simulations to enhance research and learning opportunities in schools lacking equipment. Also, access and evaluate students' performance and progress, and gather and provide real-time feedback. Now, participants, it's time for us to invite your participation. We have time about maybe 12 to 15 minutes for this. If you have questions, please raise your hands, or you can send your question through our chat room or chat box.
Okay.
Any questions?
There's one in the chat books. Chat from Undiksa.
Okay. There is a question from Undiksa, Prof. Benny. Thank you,
Yes.
Prof. Benny. Thank you.
Okay. This is about the designing the blended learning effectively. Yeah. First, we have to see as an educational technologist, we have to see first about the learning achievement that student must be able after completing the blended learning. And then the second, determining the course, or we make in designing the online learning or what any kind of learning, we have to see analyze the competencies. This is very important, right? To create the one course of blended learning, because through the analyzing the competencies, we will know the sub skill that the student will be achieved to achieve the instructional goal or course objectives. And then by conducting the instructional analysis, we also can find the appropriate content that can be delivered in learning, and then we spirit whether this is appropriate for online and this is appropriate for face-to-face. Yeah, like when we design the flipped classroom. Yeah, in flipped classroom, the student can get the content or materials online, but discussing the substance, the skills in classroom. So we have to make spirit learning activities, whether it is face-to-face or it is online. So for online, it's better give the chance for the student to get materials from various learning materials and discuss it in the classroom. So by combining the face-to-face and online learning, student hopefully will be able to achieve the course goals or course objectives. So this is my question to Ibu Belia from
Belia
Undiksa.
from Undiksa. Question more?
Question or comment?
Yes. Yes, also. Comment also? Comment from participant?
Maybe Pak West, this is not relatively, this is not new all, right? Relatively
Yes,
new.
relatively it's not new.
But I said this is relatively new because research on this area is few, right? Not much about this research now. Then we face the trends, but we maybe in the coming time, we can conduct research about these things, whether in the institution or personal.
Okay, Prof. Benny, there's a question from Suwarno.
Yeah.
From Benji.
From Suwarno.
What is the main
game-based
difference between
learning.
game-based and gamification?
Game-based is learning which is implementing games principle, but the gamification is principle that can be used to make a effective program. Yeah, the most important thing for gamification is to make study or learning more fun and comprehensive. So we have to design first. Yeah, designing with the principle, we call it gamification. Implementing game principle into game-based learning is gamification. So we have to know gamification principle, like providing from feedback, kemudian after that presenting the materials, and then give a learning result or learning achievement, and then after that provide student with reward and punishment. So this is the principle that makes learning program or game-based learning more engaged for the students. So but then we believe by engaging the materials, the opportunities to study is getting better. The more involved the student, the more opportunities for the student to get the learning achievement. That research say about that. Okay. Hope
Maybe
I can
any
answer
comment?
the question of Mr. Swarno.
Swarno, yes. Please, Benny.
Yep.
Thank you, Prof. Benny.
Yeah.
Are you satisfied?
Thank you for the answer.
Okay.
Thank you for the answer, Prof. Benny.
Yeah.
Okay.
So,
is there any comments
Mr.
from
Swarno,
our
you can implement gamification. I mean game principle to make your program more interesting and comprehensive. But designing first with the design principle, like many kind of instructional design model that can be applied to create this, right? And usually the game principle is implemented in developing instructional strategy. That's the point.
Thank you, Prof. Benny.
Any comment from our friends from Jakarta State University, please? Okay, from Ubaida.
From Ubaida.
Our Master of Ceremony, Benny. Allow me to enrich the discussion, Prof. Benny. During the pandemic, when we simultaneously switched to distance education, we're facing a global-wide phenomenon called learning loss. It's not only in Indonesia, but also happening in all over the world. The question appear here is, what happened to the online and distance learning during pandemic? Based on your observation, what is the gap?
Yeah.
So there is a difference between current research and literature with the real pandemic situation.
Yeah, this is very interesting question based on our experience in conducting online learning, right? When we first conducting online learning, there is no what we call anymore for doing that, right? But in pandemic era, we have to be forced to use the online learning, right? With the many difficulties like infrastructure, readiness of teacher and student, etc. But after several years using the online learning, now the student become enjoy online learning. Some of the best universities using online learning or blended learning to deliver their course materials. Yeah. So in UT, at the first time, there is learning loss about implementing the online learning, but now it's growing again. the student of UT now becoming higher and higher now than before. Then 2 years ago in pandemic era 2020, right? Now there is a trend in increasing student of distance learning, not only for the old student, but for the fresh graduate to enter the open and distance learning, because there is a chance for them to work and also to study the content, so they can get the diploma and they're still working in the area in their job. So I think the learning loss happens because there is no experience, right? There is no experience in conducting online learning. But with the time that happens, people becoming enjoy using the online learning now. I said now because there is increasing trends rate in using online learning in some universities. Yeah. And the role of educational technologies is to socialize how to design and develop effective online learning. So we train them how to design and conducting effective online learning to facilitate their students to achieve the competencies. That's my experience, because during the pandemic era, there are many of the universities want to study about distance learning. Now they know how to design and develop online learning to make the student engage and learn better. I think this is the answer for Ibu MC, right?
Thank you, Prof. Benny. Really enrich my knowledge.
Yeah.
Okay, Prof. Benny, there is a question from Muhammad Sukarjo.
Okay.
Thank you, Prof. Benny. Interesting question. The first question, could traditional class be replaced with the development of MOOCs? The second, with gamification, it is difficult to design content for learning. The question is how to design content for gamification that can attract students' interest to learn. And the last question, along with the content in gamification, so students will not be bored.
Okay. The first question is about, can we replace traditional face-to-face? No, we cannot. This is different side, but we can use online and face-to-face as an integration or to support each other. So there is no way to replace the traditional instruction, yeah, face-to-face, because each of them has what we call this benefit and weaknesses. Yeah. So we cannot compare this. Yeah. Traditional has advantage, but also disadvantage. Also, the MOOCs have a advantage and also disadvantage. So they little bit different. So how to make instruction, what we call instruction, more fun, right? The goal of gamification is to create the engaging learning and instruction. So in this case, we use the model of instructional system design. Yeah, we choose one, and then in the developing the instructional strategies, we use gamification that point. Yeah. For example, there is also what we call the model of ARCS. ARCS from Florida University. ARCS is when you teach, try to get the attention of learner. And the second, tell the relevance about your program to their needs, to their learning need. it is fit to our learning goals. It is fit the program to achieve our competencies. And then the third one, make them confidence to conduct the task and assignment. Yeah. And then the last one, make them satisfied by providing feedback whether they are good or not in learning, so that they can what we call reflection about their learning. So I know but forget the author, but the model of ARCS model, attention, relevance, what we call this again, confidence and satisfaction. Yeah, we put it in our instructional strategy to make the program more fun and comprehensive. That's our duty as an instructional designer, as an educational technologist, I think. Okay, hope that I can answer Pak Sukarjo, ya.
Thank you, Prof. Benny. I hope the answer satisfying you, Dr. Sukarjo. May I give you one question, Prof. Benny? Maybe the last question. Prof. Benny? Yes.
Yes.
Can you explain us what is the glaring or striking difference between augmented reality (AR) and virtual reality or AR? Some people says that virtual reality is more powerful than augmented reality. How about?
Okay, in virtual reality, yeah, we use simulation. We use simulation about the object that we learn. But in augmented, we direct our objects, and then the object will give you more information about the objects. So there is different in terms how to use, right? The first is using simulation scheme, and the other using enhancement of the object to be studied. Okay. So in virtual reality, we use what we call these tools, special tools to simulate the content. Many techniques about that, but still this is a new one for us, so we still have to study more about that. Like, but in Universitas Terbuka, we want to use what we call AI and VR and to enhance student learning in practical things, like how to use this, and then we can add more information about it, that in 3 dimensions. The simulation in 3 dimensions. Hope we can answer, but we still learn about that. We still learn about that because we try to use our VR and ER in our program, and then we must after that we must conduct a research about this effectiveness of the trends. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Professor Benny. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm so sorry I have to say that our time is up. Thank you very much, Professor Benny, for your presentation. Thank you very much for being a keynote speaker here in our seminars, our symposium, the first seminar symposium from University of Jakarta. Professor Benny, from committee of our ISCET, we will give you a certificate as a keynote speaker in this conference and seminar. This is the certificate, Prof. Benny.
Thank you so much for this certificate. I'm really honored about this.
Thank you, Prof. Benny. I hope we can do more discussion later in the next vision.
Yeah, more discussion outside this seminar, right?
Yes, because our campus is so close.
Yeah,
University of
I
Jakarta.
know.
Yes.
Yeah.
Open
You
University,
can
your
come
campus
to
and our
my
campus.
yeah. You can come to my campus to discuss about this.
Thank
Right.
you for being.
I open about this.
Thank you. So I turn back
Thank
the
you so
time.
much, everyone.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much also for the participant. I turn up the time to our Master of Ceremony, Mrs. Ubaida.
Thank you, Pak Janus. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you, Prof. Benny. Ladies
Thank
and
you.
gentlemen, now is our time for our last keynote speakers that will be moderated by Mr. Janus. Please, Mr. Janus, for moderate the last session of the keynote speech.
Thank you. Thank you, Mrs. Subaida. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Janus Maurice, and I will be your moderator again in this session. In this session, we will discuss a very interesting topic, namely enhancing students' engagement in asynchronous online learning using the community of the inquiry framework, a sharing experience of my own teaching by Dr. Wes Kairuman. This time we have already Dr. Wes Kairuman. Are you with us, Dr. Wes? Hello, Pak Wes? Are you with
Yes,
us?
I'm with you. Sorry, I'm still muted. Yes.
How are you, Prof. Wes?
Fine, fine.
I'm glad to see
Thank
you
you.
again, even though only by online. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, before the session is begun, I'm going to read the short biography of Dr. Wes.
I think it's not necessarily to mention all, just a little one.
Okay,
A little bit.
so please, operator, let's take a look first at biography video of Dr. Wes Kairuman. Thank you very much. Okay, Dr. Wes, you will have a total of 20 minutes. 20 minutes for your presentation. And after the presentation, if the participant have question, please raise your hand and you can send the question through our chat room or our chat box. Moving along to our session, please welcome Dr. Wes Kairuman.
Okay, thank you, Pak Janus. But please allow me to share my own screen. I will stop this sharing screen. Okay, thank you very much. Okay, assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, all the participants of the first International Seminar and Conference on Educational Technology conducted by Doctoral Program of Postgraduate Universitas Negeri Jakarta. So this is the first experience for you. I hope this seminar will continue in the next time, in the next year, and will getting better and better. Bapak Ibu sekalian, I hope you are not get bored seeing Pak Janus again and again, because we have a long presentations since 8 a.m. And until now we have five keynote speech, and I am the last one. I'm going to talk about something that little bit more micro, ya, not a macro like Pak Cep or Ibu Juraida. I think I met Bu Juraida last year in the international seminar in UTM, and I also I'm become the keynote speech also in University Malaysia. Okay. Right now, I'd like to talk about the how to engage our student in online learning environment. But before I'm talking about this, I'd like to clarify some questions that you proposed to Pak Benny or previously proposed to previous presenters. The first one, I'd like to suggest you that we as an educational technologist, we do not have to ask the question, for example, which one is better, face-to-face or online learning? So we have to avoid such silly questions for educational technologists. It is not right questions. If you compare, for example, which one is better, augmented reality or virtual reality? It cannot be compared, because it is not apple to be compared. Yeah. For example, let me give an example like this. In the perspective of educational technology, please keep in mind as an educational technologist, a teacher would like to introduce the students about the type of the leaf, ya, bentuk daun dan lain sebagainya. For example, which one is better? The student is in a remote area. Okay, there is no electricity. Yeah, at that time, student ask the student to going out from the classroom. Yeah, and they ask to something like a garden or etc. And the teacher provide a project to the student to pick some leaves from the garden and take it to the classroom and identify what kind of a type of the leaves they found from the gardens. I think it is better compared to teachers using animation, yeah, describing the type of leaves, yeah, to the students, yeah, in the classroom, yeah, compared to the first one. So the first one is more educational technology compared to the second one. So augmented reality is better when it is used appropriately for the purpose of the goal of the education itself. Yeah, and also virtual reality, yeah, is better as long as it is used appropriately for the purpose of certain educational objective or instructional objective. Virtual reality, extended reality, or we call it metaverse, for example, is better, ya kan? If we use it appropriately. So the keyword for educational technology is appropriate use of technological process or technological resources. So please keep in mind the word of appropriate in the term of educational technology. So let us discuss about how to enhance our online learning, our engagement in online learning, especially when we talk about asynchronous online learning. And I agree with Pak David Stein. Yeah, he mentioned that face-to-face or online learning can be equally applied for our education or our teaching and learning process. Now, so this one, I'd like to share with you how to enhance student engagement, specifically in asynchronous learning activities. And I will share with you how I apply the framework proposed by Garrison, Anderson, and Archer. We call it as community of inquiry, or in bahasa Arab is Majelis Taklim. Yeah, Majelis Taklim. Why it's called is community of inquiry? Because when we learn in online learning, especially asynchronous online learning, it means there is a certain people over there. We call it as a community. And a community are discussing something or studying something, etc. And it's called is inquiry. So Anderson and Garrison and Archer naming their framework with the community of inquiry framework. Okay. Let's say about the essence of e-learning, or the essence of learning actually is we are talking about how to create learning experiences. So this is the keyword. No learning without experiences. How to make experience? It means in teaching and learning, there should be a word that we call as interaction. Yeah, so when we talk about e-learning, it means that we use information and computer technology to create learning experiences. So when we talk about, for example, when we talk about online learning and asynchronous online learning, it means we are using learning management system, something like this. This is one of my topic of my course, yeah, for example. So when we talk about online asynchronous learning, or we talk about LMS, it is not just putting the content into learning or content management system. It's not just like this. Okay, so we have to design it, etc. So when we talk about this, maybe you are not a common people, of course, yeah. All of the participants here, I don't know, perhaps you still doubting about the online learning, just like common people say. There is no presence. There is no presence in an asynchronous online learning activities. Some people, yeah, doubting about online learning by saying that there is no presence in an asynchronous online learning activities. Even, yeah, even in synchronous learning, for example, web conference like this, yeah, there are some lecturer, for example, yeah, ask you to please on cam or please, etc., because they do not believe with the presence of asynchronous, I mean in virtual synchronous learning. So as an educational technologist, please avoid this mindset. Keep in mind that even in online learning, both synchronous or asynchronous, correct, yeah, there is no physical presence, but there is other kind of presence in online learning activities. This presence called as in the community of inquiry, Garrison and so forth mentioned that there is a teaching presence, there is a social presence, and there is a cognitive presence. What is the idea behind this framework? The idea behind this framework is that teaching and learning will have a meaningful learning if in the teaching and learning there is an intensive interactions. To make intensive interaction, there should be a social presence. Yeah, that should be something like learner and learner interaction. Yeah, learner and learner interaction or learner and instructor interaction, which Anderson called as social presence. The second one, it should be cognitive presence. What is cognitive presence? Cognitive presence is interaction between learners and the content. So how to make social presence and cognitive presence occur? So the teacher or the lecturer should design it, should organize it, should facilitate it, should provide direct instruction, should provide something like learning navigation or learning guidance. Now, all those activities called as teaching presence. So teaching presence is a kind of activities conducted by the lecturer to make social and cognitive presence occur. It means that to make the to enhance the engagement between student and student, student and content, and student and teacher or lecturers. There are some elements of COI framework based on the work of Anderson, Garrison, and Archers. When we talk about teaching presence, it means that we are talking about how to design and organize all materials, all the contents. It means that we are talking about how to facilitate the activities in online learning activities and how to provide direct instruction. In Anderson and Garrison mentioned it is a direct instruction. In my language, it's called learning navigation or learning guidance. And when we talk about social presence, it means that we are facilitating interaction among students to make effective interaction, open communication, and group cohesion. As well to enhance interaction between students and the content, there's something like triggering event, yeah, how to explore and make some scaffolding or clue, how to integrate, and how to make some resolution. Let me give you an example. For example, what is teaching presence? What is social presence, and what is cognitive presence? For example, let me stop sharing. Yes. For example, when Ibu Ubay, yeah, come to Universitas Negeri Jakarta, yeah, you will come to PASCASARJANA, ya, Bu Ubay, ya. And you will pick one room because you have a schedule to come to a certain room. Okay, and you with your friends come into the room and waiting for the lecturers. Yeah, if we talk about the face-to-face. Okay, and then come Professor X into your classroom with no smile, yeah, no smiling at all. Come to the classroom, explaining the lecture with the low tone, with no expression, etc. How do you feel? Do you feel engaged or not?
I do feel sad always.
Yeah, but compare if there is a professor come into your classroom and you are eagerly waiting those professor because in your mind, what kind of new thing that will given to us by those lecturers. When the lecturer come into your classroom, you are hoping something new from the lecturers, and the lecturers come to the classroom with smile, or a little bit of jokes, yeah, propose some problem, yeah, engaging student, asking the question, facilitating the question, etc. You will feel engaged in the classroom. Okay, the same thing it should happen also in asynchronous learning environment. So if Bu Ubay come to this come to the campus, for example, come here, and then Ibu Ubay log in, Yes, let's say log in, pick, for example, pick one study program, for example, which one? This one, okay, Magister Teknologi Pendidikan, let's say, and pick one class, for example, this one. Okay, for example, this one. And when you, okay, when you get, for example, to certain topic, and you will find assignment. There is no statement from the lecturer here, etc. So how do you feel? Do you feel happy? No.
Statement, I don't feel the engagement.
Yeah, there is no engagement at all. It means there is no teacher presence at that situation. Okay, for example, when Ubay come to, let me see, let me open the course. Okay. For example, come here. Okay. Yeah, for example. Okay, Bu Ubay pick one topic. There is a topic here. What is e-learning and how do instructional designer works? Okay, how do you feel if I write down the topic by the definition of e-learning compared to what is e-learning, how do instructional design work? Which one is better, Ibu Bay? The first one or the second one?
The second one with the question.
Okay, the way the lecturer designed the topic, even to pick the right diction, the right redaction, yeah, it is a kind of teaching presence. Okay, it is teaching present. What Anderson and Arthur and Garrison call as teaching presence. The way we pick the word, the way something like that. Okay. And then, for example, just an example, yeah, just an example. Here, I organize the materials. Yeah, I organize the material. First one, I make a greeting here. Welcome back this week, etc. And after that, I pick the first video is instructional design versus learning design. I pick this one as the first video, not the other one. I pick the trends in e-learning design and development as the last video. Okay, and after that I make an assignment. Yeah, an assignment here, and I make a direction here. Yeah, direct instruction here about how to study this topic. From this one, from the greeting, hi tapers, welcome back. Kemudian in this one, the instructional design, must work, etc. And until the last one here, it is what Anderson called as teaching presence. The way you design, the way you organize, the way you provide direct instruction. Yeah, it is a teaching presence. Yeah, okay. And the way you facilitate communication here, for example, dear student, great to see you again. Last week we learned about the essence of e-learning and how does instructional designer work. When we talk about blah, 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 dear student here, it means I make engagement between student and students. It is called what Anderson called as social presence. We are trying to make a cohesiveness. We are trying to make open communication with the students. Yeah, here it is. We can call as social presence here. Yeah, for example. Okay. Here we provide a video. For example, making online synchronous class more active and interactive. attentive for student engagement in an online synchronous teaching, and also further reading in certain topic in from a certain book. It means I am trying to make interaction between student and the content. Okay, and how the content design, how we design the content, how do we begin the content, etc. It is part of the cognitive presence. Yeah, cognitive presence. It is. So this is something that I'd like to share with you, that when we talk about online asynchronous learning, we are not just putting the content into the online learning management system. Yeah, so we are trying to provide teaching presence, provide social presence, and as well as cognitive presence. Yeah. So this is actually my proposed model. Actually, I'm conducting the research right now, collaborative research between Universitas Indonesia, Universitas Terbuka, BINUS, and Universitas Sultan Ageng Tirtayasa to propose a model online discussion. I mean, not online discussion forum, but online interaction in the context of massive open online course. Just something like I asked to Pak David this morning. Okay. Another example of the applying community of inquiry is teaching presence, like I mentioned before, as well as social presence. For example, like this. Yeah. For example, like this, dear Dita Hendriani, Teti, hehehe, gitu ya. Terima kasih sudah sampai tahap 2, tolong diikuti dan lain sebagainya. Itu dalam when we facilitating interaction with student, in this case is when the student submit the assignment, yeah, and I use personally provide feedback by calling the name, providing thumbnail, hehehe, great, etc. It means I am trying to make interaction between learner and learner. So we are socially present in this kind of online learning activities. Yeah, for example, just like this. Another one is cognitive presence. For example, is how we promote students to be able to construct meaning through sustained communication, feedback, and feed forward as immediately as possible. Just like this, ya. Selamat, Anda mau telah berapa dan lain sebagainya dan sebagainya. This is a kind of cognitive presence, ya. Let me show you how do I facilitate teaching presence by engaging the social and cognitive presence in once, yeah, in once. For example, just like this. Okay, let me see which one. This one. Oke, kita lihat di. Sorry. Let's say, for example, I already provide the assignment, okay, and I have to facilitate learning from this assignment. Let's see what kind of teaching presence here, okay. For example, this one. After due date, I am grading the submitted assignment and look at this, for example, yeah, for example. Okay, for example. Saya apresiasi untuk asalnya, contoh mata kuliah sudah spesifik, tapi Bu Wigati belum berikan video materi yang sudah belajar. Guys, ini terkait dengan bimbingan intermasi dan sinkronis, serta perlu rekomendasi juga. Ini satu. Okay, this one. Next, For example, this one, great job, andai aspeknya blah blah blah. Another one, yeah, that blah blah blah. You can see here, all participants, all students have the specific response, have the personal response from the lecturers. The way I provide the response, the way I design the response, the way I organize the response, it is teaching presence. It means I am presence as a teacher. Okay, the way I call the name of the students, the way I make a communication openly with the student, the way I appreciate the effort students have, it is social presence. Okay, the way I provide feedback, the way I trigger the student, what should be done next, etc., etc. It is a cognitive presence. So the way I design the feedback, the way I design the communication, etc. As a whole, it called teaching presence. So teaching presence is how do lecturer make social presence and cognitive presence together to become more engaged in an online activities. So if you ask me, is it applicable in face-to-face? Yes, applicable. Yeah. Is it applicable in virtual synchronous learning, for example, in web conference? Applicable. Yeah. When Lutfi asking a questions, for example, Lutfi asking a questions. And I call, wow, Lutfi, how are you? It means I appreciate social presence of Lutfi. Yeah. Okay. Then Lutfi argumenting something. For example, I quote argument from Lutfi and trigger with another issue. It means it is a cognitive presence. The way I greet Lutfi, the way I facilitate argument, quote the argument from Lutfi, it is my teaching presence as well. Okay, it is. So when it is conducted, for example, I'm sorry for my students for the last semester in 2021, in 2022, the way of I provide the COI to our student is not quite good enough compared to in 2020 because due to my bisnis sebagai kepala UPT TIK terlalu capek begitu sehingga tidak bisa di provide feedback itu begitu cepat dengan yang lainnya begitu kira-kira begitu. Nah setelah ini after after let me see I don't know, perhaps there are some student who already become my student at that time will admit that what I have conducted application of the COI is work well. I guess it worked well. That's why after this I am conducting research how to engage online interaction using community of inquiry for the context of open online course. And the research will be conducted in 3 years. For example, just like this, I hope in 2024, I will produce a book as a product of the research, how to apply community of inquiry in online, asynchronous online learning environment, for example. So for you who are going to make a dissertation, perhaps you may pick some issues about this, for example, about the community and community of inquiry in your research. For example, it is silly when in the proposal of your dissertation, for example, you are struggling to find the novelty or state of the art or etc. For example, there is student going to have a research, for example, development of blended learning based on project-based learning. So I asked the students, what is your novelty? Project-based learning for blended learning. Okay. Why you choose project-based learning? Because there is no project-based learning before for blended learning. Who said like that? So I suggest you to, if you interested in, for example, in community of inquiry, you have to make state of the art about the application of community of inquiry. What do you mean by state of the art? The research trend related to the COI in terms of social presence, in terms of teaching presence, in terms of cognitive presence. When you find something like this, for example, when you something like this, let me say, let me show you. When you find something like this, for example, yeah, let's see from the article, you see, conclusion and future work, the study, blah, 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 blah. And I found something interesting here. For example, this study did, however, utilize a new survey instrument which require additional analysis of further validate inference made with this data. Nah, berarti di sini you find the gap here. Yeah, you find the gap here. It's mean that this research need confirmatory action from you. So what is your novelty? Your novelty is have to find another survey instruments. Okay, for example, this one. The hallmark findings from this study include the inclusion of the peer facilitation subscale and its eventual relocation from the TP to SP, to SP construct, which exemplify the gap between the theoretical foundation of CI framework and perceived interaction with the constructed learning environment. The strongest association among CI, blah blah. This is another gap. So if you want to pick this gap, then you will be able to find the novelty. Not novelty when for example, let's say Lutfi development of blended learning by using project-based learning. And if Lutfi say that project-based learning is a novelty, no, it is not a novelty. Yeah, but we have to find out one specific issue, for example, in terms of social presence. Which one? Open communication. Which one? Group cohesion. Or cognitive presence, for example, how to trigger the event, how to make scaffolding, integration, resolution, how to design and organize the content, for example. If you find something, yeah, however, in this case, for example, organizing the content is matter. That is the gap. Okay, if you find organizing the content as the matter, your mind then run to something, some principle of learning object, for example. Oh yeah, LODAS. There is how to learning object design and sequencing. There is LODAS provide framework how to organize the content from the specific to more complex, from the simple to blah, 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 blah. Nah, then if you find the gap, something like that, that your novelty is, we will organize the content by using LODAS framework. For example, yeah. Nah, that is a good novelty. Yeah, that is the good novelty. In the case of, for example, if your interest is research or of your research interest is in the community of inquiry, for example, in virtual synchronous learning, okay, or community of inquiry in asynchronous learning activities, just like that, something like that. Okay, so that is, I think, the example. This is an example of a high quality doctoral dissertations. It means you have to be able to make a deep literature review, systematic literature review. Thank you. I'm talking too much, Pak Janus. I will be appreciate if there is no questions because you are really, really boring from this morning until now. Okay, please, Pak
Yes,
Janus.
thank you very much, Dr. Uwais, for your interesting sharing and presentation. From Dr. Uwais' presentation, I try to highlight some important points. The model of community of inquiry consisted of 3 key elements of an educational experience. First element is social presence, and then cognitive presence, and then teaching presence. And all of elements will result in educational experience or enhancing student engagement. Dr. Uwais also proposed a model for online discussion forum in the context of ICE Institute of MOOCs that consists of 3 sections: learner-instructor, learner-learner, and learner content, as we seen in the presentation slide. And the applying of the community of inquiry framework, according to Dr. Uwais' experience, is work well. That's true, Dr. Uwais.
Yeah.
Dr. Uwais
I may ask my student, is it work or not?
Okay. Dr. Uwais through ICE Institute is being carried out a research with title Engaging Online Instruction Using Community of Inquiry Framework on ICE Institute Massive Open Online. The focus of the research is to develop a model of online instruction by using Community of Inquiry Framework in the context of ICE Institute MOOCs. The research will conduct from this year, 2022 to 2024. Hope the research will be successful, Professor Uwais.
Yes.
Thank you very much. Now it's time to invite your participation. We have only maybe about 8 to 10 minutes for this. If you have questions, please raise your hands, or you can send your question through our chat room or our chat box. But in our chat room, there are already 2 questions. The first question is from Ubaida.
Yes.
Yes. Prof. Uwais, some universities grade the forum discussion as assessment methods. What do you think about that? Does forum group discussion can be applied as assessment?
Yeah. Okay. Yes. Yes, we can use the all interaction between students as an assessment. I divide assessment into 3 categories. For example, the first one is selected response. We can assess students by providing them through objective tests. Yeah. And the second one is a constructed response. It means that we can evaluate the learning outcome. We can assess the learning outcome of students through how the student construct their ideas. Okay, and the third one is authentic or product assessment. It means we can assess the learning outcomes from the work or from the product that already made by the students. So it is correct, Ibu Ubay. For example, when you provide the discussions, discussion forum, whether the problem proposed by you as a lecturer or the discussion problem proposed by the students, we can use the argumentation or the participation of the discussion from the student as an assessment. Yeah, and I think it should be used as a part of a whole learning assessment, because we have to appreciate any effort provided by our students, including for example when they only lurking and they only providing thumbnail. Perhaps you can provide a grade, for example 1. But if the student provide the argument, you can provide the grade 2, level 2, for example. And when the student provide argument and they can elaborate the argument with another concept, then Bu Ubay can give the students grade 3. Okay, when the student provide the argument and then they can provide the connection between one concept to another one and creating new ideas from this discussion, then you can give them a scale from 1 to 4, the scale of the 4. So for the discussion forum and for the assignment, Ibu Ubay have to make something like rubric for the assessment, rubric assessment to evaluate the learning outcome of your students. So the answer is yes.
Thank you, Dr. West. I hope the answer was satisfying you, Mrs. Ubaida. The next question is from Kusuma Dewi. I'm interested in core topic. It is really related to differentiated instruction. That the topic that I'm interested in. Would you mind if I contact you, Prof. West, for the discussion?
Why not? Okay, sure. Okay, Bu Ketut.
Bu Ketut, yes, from Udiksa. Thanks for this very clear and useful presentation. Here I may ask why asynchronous training is so popular in learning. What makes it so superior?
Yeah, I think it is not. We are not talking about superiority on inferiority, because in my perspective, when we talk about learning, actually we are talking about blended learning, not hybrid learning. I'd like to clarify to you that hybrid learning is when Ibu Ubay, for example, providing lecture in the classroom with some student in the classroom and the rest of the student following the lecture with Bu Ubay from the video conference. It is hybrid learning. Okay. Or when Ibu Ubay lecturing in the classroom, Ibu Ubay asking a practitioner that could not come to the classroom, but they sharing their knowledge from distance through video conference, and the students of Ibu Ubay following the lecture in the classroom with Ibu Ubay, and the rest of the student perhaps following the lecture from their own home because sick or etc. Or perhaps some student in the classroom but in other universities following the lecture at the same time but different campus. It can be called as hybrid learning. Okay. And when Ibu Ubay provide learning activities combining between face-to-face and also virtual synchronous and also asynchronous learning through the learning management system, it can be called as blended learning. So in my definition, you can see from my article, blended learning is the right combination of synchronous and asynchronous learning appropriately, to achieve the optimum outcome, the predetermined learning outcome. Jadi appropriately. So we are not talking about superiority here. We are talking about appropriateness of when we use synchronous and when we use asynchronous learning. So the weakness of synchronous learning can be coped by the strength of asynchronous learning. And the weakness of asynchronous learning can be handled or can be coped by the strength of synchronous learning. So I think like model proposed by Professor Chirp, I always call him Chirp because he prefers to be called Chirp compared to Lim. It is a kind of blended learning. That proposed from example from India and Philippines. That is a kind of blended learning in general term, not in the specific term. So there is no inferiority or superiority. In the context of educational technology, even face-to-face is matter. Even face-to-face is matter. Even web conference or synchronous learning is matter. Even asynchronous learning is matter. The question is how we conduct face-to-face appropriately. How we conduct synchronous learning appropriately. How we conduct asynchronous learning appropriately. So the keyword is appropriate use of learning technology. For example, to scale up the online learning. It is the word from Professor Chirp. Okay, I think I can answer your questions, Ibu siapa tadi?
Pramundiksa.
Ya, Ibu Ketut.
Ibu Uni.
Okay.
Ibu Sum.
Ketut. Yeah.
The next question that there are two more questions. Wes?
Yeah. What discussion method are effectively used for asynchronous learning? Okay, there are two kind of discussion, for example, yeah. The first one is the trigger of the initiation of the discussion come from the lecturers. So the most appropriate discussion should be the first one should be relevant with the objectives. The first criteria. The second criteria is it should be, if possible, yeah, contextual. Yeah, I mean it's relevant with the real use in the field, in the real life situation. The second one is problem based. A problem based or case based. It is related to the contextual, yeah. So it should be based on the problem or based on the case. Another one is argumentable. Yeah, argumentable. So, for example, please discuss the type of virus. It is not a good discussion forum. The second one, the discussion forum may come from the students, especially in massive open online course. Yeah, it's come from the students. The criteria is the same. Yeah, the criteria is the same. It should be relevant to the objective. The second one is, if it possible, it should be contextual and case-based or problem-based. Yeah. And it should be facilitated by the lecturer or facilitated by the community by the forum of the discussion itself. So the implementation will be different when we conduct discussion forum for instructor-led instruction. I mean, for example, I have a course and I am a lecturer. I have 20 students. And I provide the discussion forum. It means that instructor-led discussion forum. It will be different when you conduct the massive open online course. Yeah, it will be different. Yeah, compared to this one. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Wes. I think this is the last question, Prof. Wes.
Yeah.
From Januar Dukirsta, please answer this in the short time. From Januar Dukirsta, thank you, Prof. Wes, for your interesting presentation.
Yeah, this is immediate feedback, and personal feedback and feed forward for the students is in bahasa Arab is very mujarab. The matter is we have a constraint about the time, yeah, constraint about the time, how to manage the time. If the students is for example, just like this semester, just like semester, I have to teach around 39 SKS, for example. So I cannot provide feedback one by one for all those students with the huge number of the students. For example, I have to teach 4 classes. Each class consists of 40 students. Yeah. 40 students, and I have to assess and monitor all the progress of the discussion forum, for example, or assignment. So what is the solution? The solution is the first one, we We can provide them with the individual assignment. We have to combine with the group assignments, not all the individual. The second one, we have to provide a certain time, exclusively to provide feedback with the student, and we have to train ourselves to read fast, to read fast or to watch fast, scanning and skimming some assignment from the students. But do not forget about social presence. Try as possible as you can. You call the name of the group. You call the name of the persons. Provide the appreciation with thumbnail or something word. And do not forget to quote some from the assignment to appreciate their cognitive presence. And we provide feedback. We provide feed forward as immediately as possible, and it worked, I think. So the key is, I think if we teach around 15 or 16 SKS per semester, I think it is okay. But if above 24 credit in one semester, the solution is we have to assist. We have to have assistance. For example, when I have to teach 4 classes, each classes consists of 40 students. Then I will ask mentor. Mentor. I mean outstanding students from the senior students as a mentor. Each mentor facilitate around 10 students. So when we have a class, 40 students in a class, so I will assign 4 mentor. Who is the mentor? Who are the mentors? Mentors I assign from the outstanding student, the senior student to be a mentor of the course. I think this is a good idea because this is a kind of apprenticeship, because I think when I assign someone, some outstanding student or senior student to be a mentor, it means the students is my apprentice. So to help us in providing the feedback, providing the assignment, facilitating the assignment or facilitating the discussion forum. Thank you, Pak Janus.
Thank you, Prof. Wes. Thank you very much for your time in answering all of our questions. Thank you again, Dr. Wes Kairuman, for your participation in this seminar or conference. The committee of the first ISCT give a certificate for you as a one participation for your presentation or participation. Okay, this is the certificate. Yes. Thank you very much.
Pak Karjo, mohon maaf ini materinya yang simple dan sangat praktis karena ini pernah disampaikan juga sebagai keynote speech di Universitas Tenggara Malaysia atau apa UTM kalau nggak salah.
Mantap Pak Wes.
Dr. Wes sangat membantu dan kita nantikan hasil akhirnya Prof. Wes. To close the session, everyone, please open your camera. We will take photo session.
Ini ada Pak Lutfi, kawan saya nih, si ganteng, udah mulai kuliah ternyata. Assalamualaikum, Pak Wes. Salam.
Okay, the session is closed. Thank you for all of you participants for attending this session. I will return the time to our master ceremony, Miss Ubaida.
Woi, Bu Nurul, Pak Suwarno, ayo kapan?
Ya, Bapak, insya Allah.
It's social presence ya, Pak.
Enggak, ini bukan bentuk social presence, enggak boleh ya social presence dalam forum kayak gini. Ini hanya contoh kurang baik gitu aja.
Ya, Pak.
Thank you, Mr. Janus Maurits SPMN for bringing us to a very productive session. Thank you, Pak Wes, for the very refreshing topics. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now at the closing of the main session. The paper presentations will start at 30 for the presenter. Please be advised to check the schedule and room. I already put it in the chat box. Ladies and gentlemen, before we close the main hall session and proceed to the paper presentation session, let's first document today's event. Operator, please help to document the Zoom screen. Maybe a quick. And on behalf of the first ISCET 2022 committee, we would like to say thank you for your active participation. Thank you for the keynote speakers, for the very fruitful materials. See you at the paper presentation. Please presenter, be prepared, and as your attendance in the presentation paper presentation sessions will be granted as the certification. Thank you for the participation. I'm Ubaidah signing off. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.